Hello, what is up everybody? Hello, hello. Let's hear those hellos in the chat. Can you guys hear me? Is everything good? Hey Sameth. Where you from, man? I'm gonna wait like 4 minutes. Just get, into the vibe of talking to a camera. Sri Lanka, nice. What time is it in Sri Lanka? Is it like GMT 5? Hey Zaki. How's it going, guys? DE. It's 4:30 here. GMT. Oh, nice. So is this like a good time to start a live stream? Because a good amount of my audience base is from, India, Sri Lanka, the Asia side of the world. So yeah, I'm not really sure what's the best time. Okay, nice. Yeah, it's the same time. Nice. So you're from South Africa, or you just in line, like in the same time zone? Ah, now this spoiled everything. Oh, okay, you can't see the screen. Okay, great. Hey guys, what is up? Okay, I think we can maybe get started now. So let's get right into the action screen. This is what we're going to be looking at today, guys. So I'm very excited about this piece of technology. It's really cool. If you're someone that builds full stack apps, you know that building APIs, there's a lot of things when it comes to building APIs that is kind of repetitive, right? Like if you have learned how to upload images in an API, you know that you need Malter or some type of middleware that's able to parse your image. You have to have some body parser that parses the JSON that gets sent across. These type of things. Setting up authentication middleware, setting up all of the specific routes in a RESTful way. All of those things, following REST standards or GraphQL standards with an API, it kind of gets tedious, and sometimes these type of tools are really great, specifically if you have to do quick jobs or just stable jobs. Like, let's be honest, we don't know everything, and writing APIs that is 100% in every single aspect, like from the authentication to the image uploads to the rate limiting to the, all of the things that can be encompassed inside of an API, which you should take into consideration, becomes a lot. It becomes a lot to consider. And what Strapi does is it just helps us make APIs so much quicker. Because if we think about what APIs actually do, right, it's a platform where we can manage things on the database. So we can get a list of posts, we can get a list of comments, we can create posts and comments in the database. So an API is that tier in the design of programming architecture that basically helps us communicate with the database and check users' permissions and do things in the data. So Strapi is based off of your content. So you create something called a content type in Strapi, and then you get so many RESTful capabilities on that content type. So if you have a post content type, you get all of the CRUD endpoints that you would normally go and build inside of a RESTful API. Strapi kind of gives you that from the get-go. And that's extremely powerful because, if we get into the meat of Strapi and you see what Strapi does, it doesn't just give you CRUD abilities, it gives you pagination, it gives you filtering, it gives you sorting, it gives you route authentication and authorization, and it's completely customizable. So you can actually go in, and if you know how to build an API in something like Express, then you will be able to go into Strapi's code and write your own custom things if there are certain scenarios that you need it. So yeah, we're going to take a look at Strapi today. I love it. And the rest of the technologies we're going to look at is Material UI. So the previous live stream I did, I don't know how many of you guys were in the previous live stream. Just shoot me a comment so that I can see. But yeah, basically the previous live stream we worked on refactoring my website's front end to go ahead and use Material UI for basically most of the actual HTML elements or JSX elements on the page. So that because Material UI is, once again, it's one of those abstractions where I kind of feel bad for myself for not learning this much earlier, because really you have so much customizability and you have the ability to mock up or start a project extremely quickly, and it looks very beautiful. Like I have this one website that I'm working on now. It's hosted on Vercel as well. It's just a e-commerce client that they want to host boats. They want to show the boats that's available in Mauritius and stuff like that. And this is the initial mock-up that I started doing for the client just in Material UI. And this looks pretty nice to me. I don't really think it would look better than this if I did it myself with solid CSS. The slider I use Swiper.js and stuff like that. But yeah, having to use Material UI it helps you as a developer. I think you develop much better things, because if we start looking at browser compatibilities with certain things, Material UI's got you covered. Customizability, Material UI got you covered. Good component architecture, Material UI's got you covered. You've got theming. You've got nice the accessibility of components. So if something like screen readers were to use your site where you use Material UI, it's just very beneficial. Zaki, I love your tutorials because they are straightforward and to the point. Thank you. Okay, so let's actually get into the point now. So if you want to follow along, jump into the Strapi docs if you have like a separate screen or making the screen smaller. Then you can head over to documentation and resources. They have a really nice website. I suggest scrolling through this and you'll actually want to start using Strapi because just how good their website is. And it's a good service. And I think this is becoming one of the trending technologies now. So what is Strapi? Strapi is a headless content management system. It gives us the ability to create APIs based off of our content, and very quickly. It gives us like a dashboard. Go. I used and design, but it increased bundle size and that affect the loading time. So that's actually something that if I usually use this Lighthouse to test my websites. So if I actually go to my current website now, we can test this during today's session and see like how actually that how that actually impacts, because currently I'm using React and Next.js on this website. Only CSS, right? There's no CSS framework. And if I were to run the Lighthouse test, so let's do a Lighthouse test on desktop for now, and let's generate the report. Then we're actually going to see, those tests you would usually see if you use Google Profiler or stuff like that, Developer Profiler. But yeah, let's actually quickly see what this performance gives us. And then once we upload my new website that actually uses something like Material UI and Design Chakra, something like that, we can see the difference in performance. Okay, so my performance is 100%. My accessibility is 93%. My best practices is 83%. And I kind of think I know why this is happening. From vulnerabilities, Next.js, yeah, it's based on the versions. yeah, these are just like NPM type of vulnerabilities that you can't really get around unless you like do it yourself. Which, let's be honest, so many of us don't do that. Okay, so the rest of the statistics looks pretty good to me. I'm not a PWA yet because I'm not doing any service workers or stuff like that, or saving anything in the memory of the browser. So yeah, this is not bad. So let's actually, once we get done with that today, we're gonna see how it goes. Okay, so let's get into the project. So I already have a Strapi like instance running, so I'm just gonna stop this. And basically how to set up Strapi, it's like creating a Next or a React app, right? You just run npx create Strapi app, and I'm using the beta version just because I want TypeScript, and TypeScript is in the beta version. Then it's just in the current folder, so just a dot, or you can give it the project name. So my project name is the full stack Junkie backend. Then I'm using a template called Quick Start, and basically what Quick Start just gives us with Strapi is, usually with APIs, right? What are the things APIs connect to? A database. So the Quick Start gives us a SQLite connection set up from the get-go, so we can just kind of start developing onto the API. And behind the scenes, we can use, I think, MongoDB, PostgreSQL, MySQL, and SQLite. So those are like your top databases you're able to connect and use with Strapi. So that's actually pretty cool. So I'm just using the Quick Start to get started with a SQLite database. If we get to deploying this app, we'll deploy it to Heroku, and Heroku gives you a free Postgres instance, and then we'll just switch to a Postgres. And we don't have to change anything in our code because Strapi kind of has that abstraction layer. It's called the entity service in Strapi that kind of doesn't matter what database you're using, your queries are still basically handled in the same way. It gives you a ORM, basically, a Strapi ORM. Okay, so I just ran this command, and I was left with this project on the right hand side. So in order to run a Strapi dashboard, and you'll see why I call it a dashboard now, we just run npm run develop, and we can see that script inside here. You can see npm run develop, and in the background it runs Strapi develop. Zida. Sorry if I pronounce the names wrong. I'm not really good at pronouncing names, and my accent doesn't really help me. Where you from, Zida? Samuth. Yeah, okay, Samuth was here from the beginning. Material UI and Chakra UI are awesome UI frameworks. Definitely, I've seen Chakra, I've seen Mantine. Mantine, I've heard about people speaking about Mantine. Okay, there's already an application running, so let's maybe just close this up. Let's close that up. Let's try and run that again. So I have my browsers marked with that peacock extension. So here we have the green one because we're working on the backend and the node side, and here I have the blue one because we're working on the React and the Next.js part. Morocco, if you know it. Yeah, no, I definitely know Morocco. That's like in that's Morocco, Italy, right? I don't know, Morocco. I'm probably wrong. Well, that's Monaco. No, I don't know. Just probably, I'm wrong. Just help me out there. Okay, so here we're working on the front end side. So the back end side is launched now. We can see it even gives us logging on the API. So this is the project structure that Strapi gives us when we create a Strapi project. Inside of the source, we can see we have admin, API, extensions, and the index.ts. So usually with a server, you'll have like an index.ts, and you'll have your register and bootstrap where you can like start up your project and stuff. So Strapi kind of extracts away that from you, so you have access to kind of do your own things and customize things inside of these functions when the server starts up. And then inside of the API, this is where we are gonna start working. It's gonna be very cool. Hi there, hi Mr. Dev and Niklas. How are you guys? Let me know in the comments where you're from. So we're working on Strapi today. We're going to learn a bit of Strapi. It's a very cool headless CMS. So let's dive right into it. Okay, so it opened this dashboard for us. So now it's going to like ask us to register because we're basically creating an admin account to use this portal. So I'm going to just fill in this quickly. just say the full stack junkie at gmail.com. Just gonna give it a basic password. So this dashboard kind of gets created for you, and it's written in React by Strapi. So now you have access to this like headless content management system where you can build APIs for content, and it's pretty cool. So let's dive into it. Let's actually see where I want to use this, right? So if we go to my current website, we can see the following. Full stack junkie. Then we have this piece of text. Then we have my technologies that I use as a slider. You can see all of the technologies. And here I have some of my projects. But these projects are hard-coded, right? They're not dynamically generated from the database. And I want to change this to get it from the database so that Next actually populates this. And the services as well. If I want to add more services, like let's say I want to start doing app development, or different type of development, I can add in different packets here. So this one, I want this to be dynamic as well. And if you click on this, it opens up this modal. So let's actually open up the new website that we started last live stream. So I'm gonna say npm run the dev, because this is a Next.js app. It's basically React, so don't be afraid or scared about Next.js. Hi guys, I'm from Austria. Nice, Nicholas. Very nice. Hi there, hi there. Hi everyone. Oh, there's a lot of people now. Nice. I'm from Nigeria. Nice. Very, very nice. Okay. So, yeah, let's get into this. The front end is starting up. It's complaining. You should regularly do this. Okay, that's fine. We don't really care. Okay, now I can go to the browser. I can open up localhost. Let's see what we get. Okay, so basically with Strapi, right? Okay, here we got the website. So here I've refactored my website using Material UI. So this is the old version, the current live version of the website. And this is the updated one we did last time. We have form validation with Formik. So that's pretty cool. You can't submit the form if you haven't filled it in. So I think this looks a lot better. I actually have to update this button. I see it's not consistent with the rest. And then, yeah, the services, these all scroll up like this. These are all Material UI, right? And I think this looks pretty good. I don't know. Looks better than my CSS design. This is skew as well. We should just fix that. And then the blog section. I think I just did the cards. Yeah, I just made the cards. And then the read more. This is using some different parsing. And I want to actually use Strapi for my blogs as well, so that's something we can work on, but I'm gonna work on this in phases, right? Because yeah, this is a lot of work, and yeah, I try not to make these live streams too serious. It's basically you guys just sitting with me and we're coding, and you see what we're working on. Maybe you learn a few things and stuff like that. So I think this website looks very nice, and it's using Material UI, and you kind of can't see it, right? You can't really tell that it's using Material UI. The only place where I can probably, as a developer, tell that it's using Material UI is the buttons, because it has that same Material UI look. This is Swiper.js. It's not even Material UI. These cards are Material UI, but it's really hard to notice that because it's very easy to do that in CSS. I'm going to add a view website. When these websites are all live, these will be clickable and they will take you to the live website. I should just go and host all of these on GitHub Pages or Netlify. Yeah, this one is live, this one is live, this one is not live. I think these are not live. My Reddit clone is not live. And yeah, I have a few projects that I've done in the last few months that I can add here as well. So that's why I want to make this dynamic. Okay. But yeah, now you guys see the difference, and now I want to start with the Strapi part, and I want to take these projects and make it part of my content management system. So let's actually go in here and see how we can do this. So we have this dashboard created for us by Strapi, and we can go into content type builder or media library. So these are under the plugins. So these by default are set with Strapi. Then we have general, which has plugins where you can like browse different plugins. So we can see all of the plugins that is currently installed in the app. We have internationalization, which is pretty cool. I mean, none of my APIs that I've ever made has proper internationalization, so they kind of give you this. You have roles and permissions, which follows the ACL. The what does ACL stand for again? I forgot. ACL strategy. No, man. Access control list, I think. I think it's called access control list, something like that. Yeah, but basically it follows ACL strategy of handling roles and permissions, which is a hard topic, right? Going into backend development and solving this problem consistently in APIs every time, it's not easy, right? Like, I don't know, maybe it's just me. Then we have media library. So these are all plugins that you get off the bat of Strapi. Media library, so you are basically able to upload images and PDFs, any type of file. If you wanted to do this, you probably would to have set up Malta, all of your checks for sizing and what type, and it kind of gives. You get emailing, so if you want to use Amazon's email service, then you can configure that. If you want to use SendGrid, which we're going to use today, you can configure this. If you want to use S3 for uploading your images, you can add it there. If you want to use Cloudinary, you can add it there. It's very easy to configure it, and they have very good documentation. Then we have the content builder. This basically allows us to build a content type, and then Strapi goes and creates all of the basic API functionality around that. So we can put, patch, delete, get, post, all of those things, which you would normally do in an API, right? Okay, so let's actually go ahead into the content type manager, and here we can see we get a basic collection type already, which is called user. And it kind of makes sense because if you have an app where you need to log in or save, user information, you already have that. So because Strapi kind of gives you authentication, all of that stuff out of the bat as well using JSON Web Tokens, a user content type probably makes sense to have. So let's go ahead and create another content type. We create here new collection type. So this is like a list of things, which is most types. And then we have the single type, which would be like a blog post or something like that. And then, or a page, if you have like a site where you can like update different things on the page, you can have like a home page with all of its content and a about us page with all of its content. And it's pretty cool. You have the same API capabilities with this. So using Strapi and Next.js in combination is actually pretty sick. Like you can build things so quickly and it's so customizable. Okay, and then we have components. I'm not going to get into components. Maybe I'll do it. Let's see. But this is kind of a strange topic for me still. But I'm getting used to Strapi still. So let's get in and create a new content type. So we're going to give it a name. And we want to give these projects a name. So I'm just going to call this project. So this is going to be a content type for a project. You can see it gives us the plural and the singular name of our name. And we can go ahead and do some advanced things. We can activate drafting. So if you create it, it creates a draft and then you have to publish it. But I'm just going to set that as false because we don't really. Here you can enable localization. So it gives you different language translations of your content, which is, I don't know, guys. Okay. So let's continue. Then you can start creating how a project would look like. So a project will have different fields in your collection. So let's see how a project looks like. We have an image or a GIF. Then we have some title. Then we have technologies. And someone suggested that we wrap these technologies in like badges or like chips. Give them different, like their own outlines. But basically we have a list of technologies, and then we have a link to view the website. So that is what a project looks like. So let's go ahead and build this. We have the image. So we have a type here called media. So we can click on media, and then we're just going to call this field image. Let's just call it image. And here we can see we can add multiple images. So let's have an array of images, or we can only have a single image. So if you think about this in the API point of view, usually when you will have multiple images, you'll save like an array of URLs and stuff like that inside of your database, so that you have multiple images inside of this one collection or one project. So I'm just going to go for the single type. Now we can go to advanced settings, and here we can literally set what type of image or file it should be. So we don't want it to be everything. We want it to be of type image. So an image can be of type JPEG, PNG, GIF, SVG, you name it, fonts, all of those stuff. Then you have videos, audio, files. You have the ability to upload all of these things, which is, it's crazy, guys. If you don't use this, then you are probably a much better developer than me. And I take my hat off for you, because I want to be there one day. But for doing freelancing and just, writing, giving clients good APIs that I know I might not be able to do this structured on my own, is pretty cool. So let's add this field. Okay, next we need a title. So let's give it a text. It will be a short text, and we'll just give this field name title. We can go to advanced settings. We can give it a default value, or we can have some regular expression validation check against this value. We can add this field as required. It doesn't need to be unique. We don't need a maximum length, a minimum length, or price. So basically we are building that Mongoose model or that sequelized model inside of Strapi dashboard, which is cool, right? Like, it's awesome. I'm going to show you guys VS Code with Git and Git Graph and Git Lens if you don't use it already. It's very cool. Okay, so there's no default value. I'm just going to finish this. Now we have these two fields, and we still need a list of technologies. So basically I'm just going to create this as a string again, and it's going to be a long text because there can be like a long string. Okay, let's maybe still make it a short text, and we can call this technologies, just like this. And advanced settings, this is also required. And we can add like a regular expression for me, so that I know when I add a new technology that there's always like a comma, because I have that set up currently. But yeah, this is going to be pretty easy. Okay, required, and then just add another field. Let's see what we still have, and then the link. So once again, this is a text. You can literally see it says link in here, so we can use text to create a link as well. This is also required. So finish. Now we have this content type. So we have a project which has an image, a title, technology list, and a link. And we can see the types that there are in, and we can edit it and add new ones. So now I want to show you guys, if you go to the Strapi dashboard, under the APIs folder, currently we have nothing there, right? But watch this. If I were to say save, it says waiting for restart, and now Strapi kind of goes ahead and does a lot of magic for us behind the scenes, that if we wanted to go and create an API endpoint for projects and to handle projects, upload projects, view projects, filter projects, that would be a lot of work, right? But look at this. Now we've created this content type. We can see we have a collection content type of project. If we go to content manager, we can now see we have this project collection type. We can create a new entry, and it literally gives you like a form which you can go ahead and fill out to create projects, or you can do it through the API, right? So we'll do it through the API. But you can give, if you build an e-commerce, you can give admin people access to this dashboard to go and, update specials or stuff like that. So it's very, very, very cool. I'm gonna say that like a million times today, so just bear with me. Okay, so now we've created that. Let's go back to the API. And now we see something awesome. It's created under API, it's created a project API. So the folder structure also really makes sense in Strapi. It's very neat. So we have project, and then we have content types, which basically contains the schema of the project. So the content type project has a schema. And this is like the model, like you would do in Mongoose, right? We have all of the fields. So here we have the image field, the title field, technology field, and the link field. And we can see that the image is of type images. So it allows types of images. It is a media type, and its multiple is false. Require true, type of string, type of string. You can see all of the stuff we specified. So you can actually not even use the Strapi dashboard. You can just build the model based on how Strapi needs a model to be defined in JSON like this, and then start building your own models, and the API gets built around that. So inside of the controllers folder, so usually in an API you'll have the controller, you have your routes, you'll have your controllers and your services. And if you think about it, the routes is when the request comes in. The route determines what resource is this request wanting to do something to. It determines the HTTP method and stuff like that. And then inside of that route, you call a controller. And once you've called a controller, you do some business logic. But sometimes some of that business logic that you do inside of a controller can be abstracted and pulled into its own service to be reused across multiple controllers. So that's what services are. It's basically helper functions that gets used a lot in controllers. For example, sending an email, that's a service. Uploading a file, that's a service. So you get access to all of those services that Strapi provides to you from this services services folder. So let's actually go into the routes, as that's the starting point. And here we can see something weird, right? We can see it's importing some factories from the Strapi project. And then we're creating a create core router. And we're calling this router API with like these two colons. And then project.project. So this is important in Strapi because this is how you it's like the UUID of your API. So you'll see everywhere where we want to use the project API, we specify this string. And then we can do queries and create our own custom things. So this create core router basically gives Strapi, or gives us, access to so many abilities out of the box. Same for the controller. If you go into the controller, we can once again see now it's creating a core controller and it's pointing to the same API name. Then we go into services and we can see the same. So basically these are just the defaults that get set up for you, and you can go and read in the documentation about all of what it provides to you. So in the documentation we can go to backend. So under the development flag we can go to backend and customization, and here we can see we have routes, policies, middleware, controllers, requests and responses, services, models, webhooks. So webhooks for payments, and it's insane. The models have life cycles, so you can, before you save something, after you save something, before you delete something, after you delete something. It's very cool. And then we have the API references. So these are the most important documentation, I would say. It's the backend part over here, and then the API references part over here. So under API we're going to view this REST part, which gives us so many things out of the box, just using the custom REST API that Strapi gives us. Okay, so Strapi allows accessing content types through API endpoints automatically created by Strapi. So yeah, now we have a project content type. Let's actually go ahead and create one of these projects. I'm just going to open up my files on this side because I need to get access to those files that I used in my main website. How are you guys doing? The chat has become a little bit quiet. Okay, let's see what you guys are saying. Let's see. Hello, I'm from Denmark. Awesome. Austria. Nice. All around the world, guys. This is awesome. Is there any way to generate CRUD operations in Node.js? It has seen in other languages. I have seen that in other languages. Operations. to generate. So basically Strapi does that, right? Strapi does generate CRUD operations, filtering operations inside of, it's crazy. You'll see what I mean now. Hey Jason, hey buddy. Hey Full Stack Junkie, I just want to say I love your videos and you're awesome. Because of you, I got my dream job. Hey Dab Face. Nice. Love you too, Jason. Okay. Okay, so let's quickly focus on a few things here. So let's actually go ahead and create a content type. I want to first get this images, web app, front end. This should be in the public folder. We have our images. Yeah. Okay, so here they are. These are all of the GIFs, right? Yeah. Okay, so I have that here. So let's go to the content manager. I'm going to say create new entry on the project collection. I'm going to add a new asset in here. So you can literally drag an asset to this point. So this is pretty cool. And I'm just going to drag in this GIF and add it in there. Okay, I actually need to... I think I can drag it in here. No, that's not working. Let's add that. Okay, here I can drag it in. Yeah, okay. So now we got this image uploaded, so we can say upload this asset. So now it's added under our media library. So now we can finish this. So we add this, we give it a title. What did we call this title? Let's just copy this. The title is going to be portfolio website built for Junkie backer films. Then we have a list of technologies, which is just JavaScript, HTML, and CSS. Just like this. And then the link of this website, we can go to this project over here. So this kind of got updated. As you can see, the website got a little bit of an update. It's looking good. Very good. We can view images in here. So this is a website I did for a client. It has light and dark mode as well. Basic about us section. Contact me. Yeah, so this is a pretty nice looking website. So this link, we can see it's created by the Full Stack Junkie down here. Boom. Can't fake that. If I click on it, it goes to my website. Yeah. Okay, so let's actually add that as a link. Now we want to save this content type, so I'm just going to save it. And now we have a content type. So let's actually open Postman so that I can start showing you how to actually access this data through the Strapi API or the custom API that is given to us. Okay, so let's close this up. Don't save. Okay, so we're going to HTTP localhost, and then the Strapi API launches on a port called 1337, and then we can go to API and then slash the content type's plural name. So it's I think it's projects like this, and if I just hit enter, we get a response. We get a forbidden response. That's okay, but we still get a response. And you can see it's also so nicely formatted. This is formatted in the way that you would format a proper error message inside of an API. And doing this consistently is hard. So Strapi does this for us. So it also teaches us how to follow these good principles. So now how do I actually give myself access without this having to be forbidden? Well, inside of the dashboard, I can go to settings, and under user and permissions plugin, which gets automatically added, and here you can configure your plugins. We can add roles. And for public users, so default roles given to unauthenticated users. So we want to give unauthenticated users access to the projects. So here we can see all of the content types. Currently, we only have the project and the user. So these are the rest. You can add whether a user is able to upload images or stuff like that, add an email or send an email, and do stuff with the content type builder, like from an API. But these are all blocked. You can see that none of them are selected. So now from the project side, I want to be able to do a GET request and get these projects, right? So I'm going to give access to public users for the find and find one. And here you can see the endpoint that gets exposed. So API/projects and then the ID. And if you click on the find, we can see it's just API/projects. And I'm gonna hit save. Now if I actually go back and hit send, we can see we have a project that's returned. So we have an API response with a data property, which is an array. And inside of that data property, we have our data that gets returned from Strapi. And this is saved inside of SQLite. But the data and the format that gets returned is always the same, no matter what database you are using, which is very cool. It gives you such consistency inside of your Strapi. And you know, creating custom routes is also easy because you just have a function where you can add your data and it formats it basically in this format so that all of your APIs always have the same response. So we can see we have a data entry with an ID of 1, and it has attributes which has the technology, the title, the link, the created at and updated at fields. Then we also have metadata. Because we're doing a find, we get metadata about pagination, which is cool because if you make an API, you also need pagination inside of your API, right? So Strapi kind of gives you that as well. So if you want to just get a project by ID, we can say /1 because we know it has an ID of 1 and search, and there we get the data. We don't get the metadata because there's no pagination when you're searching for only one entity. So yeah, there we can see. Now we can actually use that inside of our Next.js app and just pull in the content. So that's pretty cool. Let's actually go ahead and add all of the content into the projects. So let's get another one. Let's go to the full stack Junkie. We have this e-commerce build for SoFast car. Okay, and we can drag in. Let's open that up. Add more assets. So currently these assets, I'll show you where they get stored now once I'm done with this content type. So we can configure that these assets get saved to Cloudinary or S3 buckets or, you know, some other CDN that you might use, Vimeo or whatever. You can configure that. And then this one has a link, it doesn't have a link. So let's just add in just like that. Okay, so the media library, we can now see all of the media that was uploaded in our dashboard. So this is very cool, guys. And if you're connected to Cloudinary, it would show you all of the pages. You get pagination, you can view different amounts, you can sort by, filter, all of these stuff. You can add new folders and add new assets from here as well. So let's actually add in all of the other assets. It's going to be this one, this one, this one, and that one. Drag that in. We can see upload these assets. Now they're uploaded to our dashboard. So now if we go and create a new content type, we can select from that. So let's go ahead and create this e-commerce for Jesco Furnitures. This is also a live website on Heroku. It kind of loads a long time because it's using the basic dyno. So let's give that a time to load. Go back to the dashboard. This is the Jesco Furniture one. Let's select that and finish. Paste in the title. So you can see how quick this is designing an API, right? This is very cool. And we can give it this link. And save. Go back. Now we have 3 content types. So this is Jesco Furniture, just a basic e-commerce where you're able to buy things. You can log in as an admin, log out, view your profile, view your cart, stuff like that. Okay, so I've done that one. Now it's this one, the natures one. Some of these are like Udemy courses where I just add the project we built from the Udemy course. So for example, this one also doesn't have a link because it's not live. Create a new one. Have our Reddit clone, which also has dark mode and light mode. It's pretty cool. I want to do a Reddit clone video where I basically do it in well, I'm not seeing the Reddit clone. Oh, here it is. I missed it. So add more assets, drag that in here, upload this asset, select that. Okay, the technologies that I used. And the link, I don't have a link for that as well. Save. Then we have this Edge Ledger, which is also just a Udemy course. I think this is the Edge Ledger. Finish. Technologies that I used. So yeah, you kind of see what I'm trying to do here, guys. I'm hoping. Yeah, how many of you guys are still with me here? Let's see, we have 6 people live. That's good. Yeah. Let me know what you guys are thinking of Strapi so far. Are you understanding how it works? Do you have like questions around Strapi or what functionality it has or doesn't have? So far, it basically has everything that I've ever needed for an API. You can even add like Facebook authentication or Google authentication, stuff like that, instead of just using local authentication. Okay, I think we have one more left. Okay, so now we have all of our, let's sort this by ID. This is filtering. Oh, I can sort it like clicking on this. Yeah, okay, nice. So there we have our sorted values. We only have 7 projects currently. So if I go to the dashboard now, or the postman, and I want to query all of the projects, now I can see all of my projects being listed here inside of the API. Pretty cool, right? And we have pagination. We can see we only have 1 page available. We are currently on page 1. The page size is 25. We can change that with query params as well. And then the page count is only 1. We only have 1 page because there's not enough content, because there's only a total of 7 posts. So it would basically determine the page count by taking the page size and then, you know, dividing the total by the page size and getting the you know, the highest flawed or sealed value. Okay, so that's how that works, and we can query all of them separately by specifying their ID. So now we have CRUD functionality. We can start filtering on this as well. So we can say populate the image as well, because currently we can see that we're not getting back the image information, right? We're just getting back the project information. So we can say populate as a query parameter and then add in an array. I'm just going to add in a star for everything. So it's going to populate all of the relationships or stuff. So here we can see the image field, and then we have data under the image, and we can see this data is just an object because it's only 1 image. If you had multiple images, this data would be an array of objects, but it's only 1 object. It has an ID of 1, and here we can see all of the attributes about this image. And if you upload images instead of GIFs, it actually gives you different variants of the image, because in the API it goes and optimizes the image size. So it gives you different, it gives you a thumbnail, it gives you a small, it gives you a medium, it gives you a large, and it gives you the original. How awesome is that? Giving you that straight off the bat. Okay, so we can see that now for all of the posts. So in order to access this on the front end, actually load it, let's actually go and do that, because I think that would be a good jump into, you know, getting this to work. Okay, so in the recent projects, let's go back into my React part of the app. You can see it's running here. And let's go to the pages and the home page. So on the home page, we can see we have this projects component that basically just loads this section of the screen. So we want to pass the projects to this section, but we're going to use a data fetching strategy in Next.js. So instead of using the React way, we have like a use effect and you load the API endpoint and do the loading state and error state and then you load it. We're going to use a method in Next that allows us to generate this page and its data on the server. So we can export an asynchronous function that's called getStaticProps, and we have this function. And it's important to call it an async export. It's important to give it this name because Next.js actually looks for this syntax. I think you can use arrow functions, but yeah, just for safety, use normal functions because I'm not sure if they do any of this functionality. But nevertheless, we have the getStaticProp function, and this function needs to return an object with props, which is another object or an array or something. But it's usually an object. And what this allows us to do then is actually extract this props from our component up here. It's like Next.js is populating it on the server side. It's like passing props to this home screen from the server side. And then this home screen has access to props. So we can access this props. So I have to make an interface because I'm using TypeScript. And we're going to get, what are we going to get from this props value? Well, whatever is inside of this object. And we're going to have products. And it's going to be an array of the products information. So this that we're getting from Postman, which is an array of product objects. We have 7 of them. So let's just, yeah. Okay, so there's the 7 objects. We're going to get this array and add it as props. So how do we actually get this array? Well, inside of this function, we can now do things you will usually do inside of like a serverless function or a backend script, like a Node.js endpoint that runs. So we can do fetch requests to a database or to a different API. So that's exactly what we're going to do. We're going to just use the fetch API. And this is an asynchronous function, so we can use the async await. So we can say res equals await. We're just going to use the basic fetch, which is built into Node now, and Next.js kind of gives you this as well. And we're going to make an endpoint request to that same Strapi endpoint. So let me actually copy that from Postman, just like this. Paste that in. And if we don't specify any parameters, it's going to be a get request by default. So this returns a promise, then we get the response. Then we check if the response is not okay, then we just want to return an empty props. Return props with products and just an empty array, just like this, because we had an issue. You can add an error field here as well and then check inside of the props here for an error state and stuff like that, but I'm not going to do that because yeah, this shouldn't give me an error. So if there's an error, then I know no posts are showing, and then I can go and debug from there. Okay, so here we want to actually get that product, so we can say const, and we're going to use that res. So we're going to say products data, just product data or products data, and we're going to await the res.json. And the reason we're doing this is because the fetch API returns a promise, which is this res, and we're awaiting it. And in order to get the data from this res object, we need to run this .json function, which is also a promise-based function. So we await that, and then we get the product data. So inside of this products data, we have exactly the same that we get from Postman. So we have this data field with the meta tag. So this is how the property looks like, and we can console log it out, but this is why I use Postman to see what the data is I'm working with. Hi there, Ivan. Nice to see you guys. Thanks for joining. Thanks for checking in. Please smash that like button if you find this content helpful, and if you're not finding it helpful, leave me a comment, give me suggestions, ask me questions. Okay, so now we can actually access the data property on this product data. So instead of returning just this product data like this, we want to return the object that contains the data. So now this is done. We can save this and we can go back to up here, and we can actually log out this props. So console.log, and let's see what we get as props. So inside of our front end, this is the hosted one. We reload here, go into the inspect, the console tab. Just so many things open. Well, console. We have an object with a projects property, and then it's an array of 7 objects. And let's make sense of that, right? So we are returning. This props key is mandatory. You need to name it props. And then inside of this props, we have an object with products. And this products is an array of objects. And this is exactly what gets logged. We have an object, which is this object. And on this object, we have a products field or key, the products key. And this product then contains a list or an array of all of the data. So now we can use that in here and pass that down. Let's just call this data or product. Let's call it the same, products, just like this. Not products, it's projects. Oh my goodness, I'm like doing this wrong. Projects, sorry guys. Projects data. Like this. And now we're going to extract the projects. And we're going to add in here props dot projects. And now inside of this component, we need to make that it accepts this props. So I can go into projects. I can give it props as well. I should create this interface now. And then on this interface, we need to have a projects field. And this will be an array of what type. And I'm just going to leave it as any, because else I'm going to have to go and build out what this data type looks like. So I'm going to have to build an interface, and I'm not going to do it because it's not a TypeScript video. I'll do it behind the scenes. But basically I'm going to have to build an interface that has the exact same like signature as this object. So for now I'm just going to call it an array of any, and I'm going to explore from there. Okay, so we have an array of any, and then we get projects. And now instead of loading the projects like this, load projects, we can customize this. So this is the view all state, and here we have if view all projects, then we return this grid, else we return this grid. This grid only returns a subset of the projects, and this grid returns all of the projects. Okay, and then here we have the screen, which basically just returns the projects in this function over here. So how would we actually load these projects now, because we have this data over here? So instead of it's mapping the projects, which is this array that has this format, we're going to switch this up a little bit. So I'm going to actually remove this hard-coded projects, because now I'm getting the dynamic projects from my props. So I can say props.projects.map, and this should work because it's an array. Now I give each element, which is basically one of these fields. So if I go into data, one of these objects I get from the array, which has an ID and all of this stuff. I'm sending this to the product card. So instead of giving this key the index, I can give it the key of the actual element's ID, which is more unique and actually a better way of doing it. And then we can go into the product card. So I'm going to have to update what this product card accepts as props, because we can see this data type of the data is going to be different. It's not going to have that same structure. Let's actually build it out. Let's build it out. I think we can build out the data type for oh no, let's leave it. We'll get back to it. Let's first get the data to load. So I'm just going to mark this as any. But this data that we get, so this data property now contains this element, and this element we need to spread in here. So the props.data.attributes attributes, then we need to go into the image, so the .image, and then we need to go into the data, so .data. And because it's only one image, it's an object, so I can dive directly into that object's attributes. Attributes, like this. And then inside of these attributes, we have a URL where the hosted image or GIF can be found. So if I click on this, it will open a browser tab, and there we can see the GIF. So it's from localhost the Strapi API /uploads and then the GIF's name or the file's name. So we're doing basically the same thing inside of our React app now. So instead of attributes, we need to go into .url. And this needs to be prefixed with the Strapi endpoint, localhost, like this. Now if we go back and reload, okay, now it's having issues. Okay, we're not done yet. We need to fix this because the alt is not data dot. Okay, so it's dot attributes. Instead of going into the image attribute, we want the title attribute. So dot title. Okay, so that's good. Now we get this part over here, which is the description. So it's the technologies. This is the technologies list. This is the description, which is the same as the title. Okay. And the technologies would basically just be, instead of title, it would be technologies. Okay. Let's see. We've got projects. Where's the issue in this page? Up here, projects over here. Okay, so now it's mapping only through 3 of them, or 4 of them. Sorry. So instead of we're going props.projects. Like this. So we're taking the element inside of the project, so that would be fine. And now we need to just adjust this on type props. So we need to add projects on this props here, and this is going to be once again an array of any. So let's go ahead and see if this works. Reload. Okay, let's see. The Next.js, we need to configure Next.js to allow images to be sent from the localhost endpoint. And there's a link. Next.js is awesome. It has very good documentation. So you can click on this link and we can see what is the fix. We need to add this domains and then the domain we're sending images from so that Next.js knows this. So inside of the project, we can take a look at where is that folder? It's not this one. They said you should add it inside of the nextjs.config. It didn't create one by default. So let's create a next.js.config. And let's add in this piece of code. Okay, this doesn't seem right. Oh, it's config.js, not. Okay, like this. And if we save this, now we need to just restart our website. So the server, the development server, restart that. Invalid source prop localhost new next images host name. Oh lol, I didn't configure the right one. So in here this should be localhost and I need to restart. Now it will work, hopefully. Hey everybody, welcome. We see have a few new people. What is up, guys? Okay, let's see. It works. Okay, so the page works now. It gets loaded quickly, just like it normally does. And we can see our projects. So these are not the hard-coded projects now. These are the actual projects. So if I were to click on this, it's still not hooked up to actually click. But we can see this is the actual projects that's listed inside of the Strapi dashboard. So you see how easy that was for me to get set up and done. So let's actually do this with the services as well. So we're going to revise basically how to create a content type in Strapi. So yeah, how's it going, guys? Get chatting with me. I want to hear from you guys. Are you finding this content helpful? How are you guys doing? So what I think I'm going to do, right? I think I'm going to take like a 5-minute break just to go to the bathroom. And then we're going to start building out our new content type. So we're going to go here and we're going to create a service. So I'm going to call this content type a service. And we don't want the publish draft system, and continue. So now we're going to start building out the service based on how the information looks that the website needs, right? So yeah, we'll get to that in just a sec. But for now, leave some comments, leave some questions, invite, send this link around, like the video, it helps spread the video. Yeah, and then I'll see you guys in just a sec. Hello, hi guys. The 4 of you that's left with me, let's get started. So let's build the service content type. So we have an illustration image for each content type, which can be changed or updated dynamically. Okay, let me just go to the action screen. Okay, so here we have the illustration, we have some description about the service, it has a title, and then we have find out more, which basically gives you the name. It's the same name. This service includes building e-commerce. So this is like some, let's call it advert text or some caption text or capture text. And then this is the actual description. And then we have a list of things. We have the include, what does this package include, and what does it exclude. So these are the type of information we need to build in the side of the content type builder. And it's going to be quite easy. Like, I think this is going to be easy. So let's go ahead. First, we need a title. So let's create how this service content type would look like. So we're going to say add content type. We give it a title. And this will be just of type text and a short text for that. We can have this as required. It doesn't need to be a unique field. And yeah, the rest of the fields I'm not going to touch. What's next? We have this add copy. And this is going to be long text because it can be a little bit longer. I'm just going to call it add copy. And this is also going to be required. Add another field. Then we need this is the same, right? That's the same. Then we need the description. So let's go ahead and add another long text field called description. And this is also required. Add another field. You can even add rich text editing. So if you have like a blog and you want to add markdown or stuff like that, you can save rich text inside of the database as well, which is pretty cool. I'm not going to use rich text for these type of text, just normal long text will do. Okay, then we need a list of includes and a list of excludes. So once again, I'm going to separate this just by comma, and then I'm going to write a script in the front end to just like parse the data for now. I think that would be the easiest. Or I should make this an array. Let's see, date picker, number, rich text, email, password, enumeration. So this is going to be enumeration, no spaces, values, so what you can choose from. So in enumeration, I think is the wrong option, because enumeration let's actually try it out. I'm going to say includes, add another field. So these value is too low. Okay, so we don't actually have anything in here. Yeah, so this can't be an enum type. So I'm just going to make it a text and, like I said, parse the text, which is very simple. Specifically, if you have a constant separator, like a CSV file basically works this way, right? You have comma separated values. So I'm going to use basically a CSV style approach here. So this will be includes, and it's going to be long text, and advanced, it is required. You need something inside of this value, and I'm going to add a new one, and this is going to be excludes, long text, and this is going to be required as well. So finish. So there we have basically how this looks. So we don't have the image. Let's add in the image. Okay, so we have a media. Let's just call it service, or let's just call it image, just to keep it generic and obvious. Okay, and what type of image? This is just going to be an SVG, so it will be of type image. And this is also required. Let's finish. Okay, now we can save this. And once again, Strapi does all of these amazing things in the background for us. Whoop, whoop. We have all of CRUD functionalities on this service content type now. So we can go to project or the content manager, and we can see there's a service content now. And if we go to the API, we can see that there is a service API as well. So now we can do all of the on this content type. So it creates an API for each content type, which is basically like a little bit of a microservices approach, right? You're breaking up things, keeping it nice and modular, which is pretty cool. And a good design, I think. I think it's an obvious one to understand. So let's go and create a few services now. We have the e-commerce website. Let's close this up. We don't need that anymore. Give it a title. Then we give it an add copy. Then we give it a description. Then we give it an includes list. So I'm just going to copy all of this for now. Paste it in and then format it correctly. Adding a comma and then backspacing. Stock management. User authentication. Product listing and filtering. And then shopping cart and wish list, and then online payments. So this is the list, and they're all separated by comma. So we have web design and prototyping, comma, admin dashboard, comma, product and stock management, comma, user authentication, comma, product listing and filtering, comma, shopping cart, comma, wish list, comma, online payment. So this is what an e-commerce would include. What it will exclude is advanced analytics, content generation. So I'm not going to create your content for you. That's your job, or the ad copy person's job. So I'm not going to do copywriting, and I'm not going to do SEO. So I make the website SEO friendly, but I don't actually go ahead and do the SEO. So let's go ahead and actually drag in these images into our content as well. So let's add more assets. I'm going to open this folder. And this SVG, what is it called? Let's see. Design e-commerce. I think it's this one. Yeah. Okay, so let's actually add new assets. We have the design, and then we have the portfolio. Here's the portfolio. So these are the 3 services I'm currently having. I'm just going to upload this to the asset library, and instead of selecting all of them, I'm just going to select the e-commerce image and finish that. So this is how this service would look like, right? Which is sick. I just created this. Boom. Save. Let's go and create the other 2. This should be quick. And then we're just going to connect up the API with the front end, and then, yeah, Bob's your uncle. I wish I could play music to you guys, but I don't have like YouTube rights and stuff yet to play music, and I think there's a few things that I need to like read about and understand how it works before I just play music. But yeah, usually in these sessions I tend to listen just a little bit of lo-fi, just getting into the flow. Now I should just obviously talk and explain as I'm going, so that's what the water is for, the water. Okay, so this is for business website. Finish. Save. Last one. This is going to be so easy to add new services now. Just come in here, type in this thing, save, and the website updates. Boom. Because I've realized a lot of clients want websites from me, but they also want the ability to go and edit the content on the website, like change the hero image or change the content on the website, or they have like their own, you know, that photography website I showed you guys, for example. They want to be able to update basically every piece of content on the website that showcases their photography. They want to update. So Strapi is great for that, because you give them access to, I'll show you how to do that as well, give them access to this dashboard, and they only have access to a set amount of functionality. So they can go and change, for example, the homepage hero image or stuff like that. And then Next.js works extremely well with this, with its server-side rendering. So you can set incremental server-side generation with that get static prop. So you get it like every 10 minutes, you like recache the page and get the new data from the database and stuff like that. And that ultimately gives you like a fresh, up-to-date page. And Strapi and Next, like I said before, works great together. This is the last image, and this is for the design. Okay, and save. Now, once again, we've just created a new service entity, right? Or content type, that's what it's called. So now if we go to Postman, and instead of saying localhost API projects, we're going to say services. Services, like this. And if I search now, it's going to give me forbidden again. And why is this? If you guys stick with me from the beginning, the reason it's giving forbidden now is because inside of the dashboard, we need to go into settings, roles, public, and then under the services, we need to define all allowed actions on this service plugin. So on this services, we want to be able to find services and find one service, just like this, and save. Now if we go back to Postman and send, we get back our services. We can see this is how a service looked like. This is the different images the service have. And here we can see that the image is only in one format because it's an SVG. But if you upload JPEG, PNG, it creates different formats of that image, like sizing. So yeah, here we can see everything, and this API was generated by Strapi, easy peasy. So now in my front end, right? So this services, we need to get the services as well, because now we want to send a prop here called services, and we want to say props.services, and then populate the services prop up here. So currently it's also going to be an array of any. So we need to actually get that from our function down here as well. So let's actually create another fetch request, but instead of calling it res, I'm going to call this res projects, and I'm going to call this res services, and this is going to go to projects services. Okay, instead of checking for that one, we check for this one. Also, if anything were to go wrong, we actually don't need to even check this. I don't think I'm going to even check this. I'm just going to create a new one, call this services data, and this will come from the res project and then the res services. Now we have the services data, and this will be exactly what we got from Postman once again. It would be an array of data and the meta. So here we want to return a property called services, and this will be the services data dot data. So you can even see when using Strapi and connecting with Strapi and building applications with Strapi, this is very consistent, right? Like the data we receive from each endpoint is very consistent right through. So working with it in the front end becomes like a pattern. You should just understand how the structure looks that you get. And you can even go ahead and build like an interface once, and then you can access this API data very easily across your app. Okay, so now we get services and we add the services here. Now we need to just extend this component to receive some props. Do you guys use TypeScript in your projects, or do you stick to just vanilla? So instead of mapping through this hard-coded jobs, we now map through the props.services. And instead of extracting the index and using it as key, we can now use the element.id, because you can access the ID very easily. It's like the first prop on the object. Okay, so now we send whether it's left or right. This is wrong, so let's actually get the index, and then let's determine if it's a positive value or a negative value. If it's a positive value, not a positive value. If it's an equal value, then it should be on the, let's see. So currently we have the first one going to the left hand side. So if it's an odd number, it should be on the left. If it's an equal number, it should be on the right. So we can do that by using the index and then just plussing it with 1. So we can say this should basically, I think this just returns a boolean, right? So it's telling us whether it's left or not. So we just need to add some logic to say if index mod 2 is not equal to 0, meaning it's not even, then it should be on the left hand side. So if I go back, okay, the data is still not loading because I cannot read property undefined of map. So the services is undefined. Oh, I didn't save it over here. So now I shouldn't get that issue anymore. The image component doesn't have a height. So image is missing required source property. Okay, okay. So now we actually have to go inside of this job row, and we need to add in the correct information. So props.left will determine whether it's row reverse or row, just using flexbox to switch the orientation. Okay, so it's not going to be like this. So each service will look like this. We'll have an ID and attributes. So the props, which is going to be the job row, which gets let's quickly check out this interface. Let's see how I designed it. So we have the job row props, which has a left property, and then the data field, because we're adding the left and then the data. So the data, this is just going to be any for now, because yeah, I'm not going to build that out. So we can remove these. Just simplified that a little bit by removing some TypeScript for now. It's not ideal, but yeah, I'm not going to go into that for the video. So now this is not complaining. We're getting the service. We're going to the job row. We then populate this information. So inside of the data field, we now have the actual element. So this piece of element is inside of data. So we need to go into the data.attributes.image. I think inside of image it's once again attributes or data, and here we can see there's an array. So this is actually wrong, because we shouldn't have that type of content. So inside of the content type builder, inside of the service, this image should be of single media type. Yeah, so I'm gonna save this, finish and save. Now it's gonna like basically update the API and the database model and everything. So now that's fine. So now if I basically resend this, it's not gonna give me an array, it's just gonna give me an object of data, which is fine. So we're gonna say data.attributes and then URL. So it's that property over there. And then we have access to that. Once again, we need to prefix this with the Strapi API. Okay, so it's attributes.title. Okay, so let's continue. Props.title, so this is going to be the same one. Copy this. Okay, now we have the text, which is basically the add copy. And then we have find more, and this find more then populates this view service. So there we view the service, and we open the service modal. So we're going to have to edit the service modal as well. So in components, we can go to set open service modal. So inside of layout, we are displaying our modals. Open service modal. So the more info. So more info component then gets this information from the viewing service. We can then say viewing service and then copy this props.attribute. So the data.attribute viewing service and then data.attributes. dot title dot title. Okay, and then we generate more information in the body, which is this function. So here we're gonna have dot, so the info dot, this will be then the description. Then we'll have, so I'm basically just building on top of what I currently have to work. So this is going into the includes and it's making the list. So what I actually want to do here first is take the includes and spread it up into an array of values. So in order to do that, we say the attributes dot included, I think I called it includes, yeah. So the includes, we first want to go over that piece of string, right? And we want to slice it. So it's basically slice. If we hover over it, TypeScript should load. It's not loading. Slice JS. So we've gotten fruits array and we're slicing it and we're getting it. I think we can use it on a string as well. So the nice thing about the browser, just pop into the console, let s equals hello world, and I'll say s.slice, or I think it's split on the space. Then we get an array of the two words. So that's basically what we're going to do, but we're going to split on the comma. So we're going to say split on the comma, and then we get an array. And then we map through that array of words or included elements, and then we do the following. Instead of, yeah, we can still use the ID like this, but this will be then of type any, and this will also be of type any, or this will be of type number, and this will be of type string. Okay, so that's loaded now. That should work. The excluded, now it should be the same data attributes. Like this, the excludes, I think it's excludes again, not excluded. Excludes, yeah. And then here we're gonna split on the comma, and then we're gonna map each element, which then has a string, and the index is just a number. Okay, then we have this modal down here, which basically sets the title of the modal header. So the modal header would be the title, that's fine, this is all fine, and we finish this. So if I save this and go back, this should actually work now. If I refresh and go to my services, there, we can see our services being loaded. So my logic with regards to how these SVGs are obviously wrong. So let's actually go and check that out. So we can close that up. Let's check the more info. If we click on more info, cannot read property attributes of undefined. So services.data. So let's actually see what gets logged when we click. So handle load service modal. We set the props.data. It's console.log props.data. And let's understand why am I missing. Okay, so we have the ID, then the attributes. So there's no data prop. So on side of the more info, so the job row, there's no data. So we're already at the attributes. So we can remove this data in front. No, not over here. Not over here. It's on the services, so the more info here is not going to have data because we're already destructuring out the data. Okay, let's check it out now. And view, and there we can see everything is back to normal and it's all dynamic content now. So pretty sweet, right? And the orientation seems to be correct now. No, it's still wrong. Okay, so I need to change that. That's inside of the job row, inside of the services where we determine whether it's left or right. So if mod 2 is not, then it will return true. So we want it to be left if it is a positive number. There you go. Now it's fine. And we can view. Everything is still good. All of this information coming from Strapi. Strapi handling this for us. Okay. So if I go to contact me, everything works. Sweet. I can send myself an email. So my name is Lloyd. My email address is testing@gmail.com. My needs is an e-commerce. And please help me have e-commerce, and then send. So currently nothing will happen with the send because I haven't set up the emailing, but we'll get to that, and it's pretty easy. Okay, so that's all done. We've set up this. It's dynamic. Everything is dynamic. Let's quickly fix up this footer part. That's annoying me a little bit. Okay, so inside of the footer component we have a few things. We have this grid container, and we have typography at the bottom. We have the grid for this one and a grid for this one. So we have two grids. So this grid for some reason is not in the center. And let's see why. But this one is. Okay, it's due to this margin auto. There we go. Okay, so this looks good. Everything looks good. I think what we can do now is actually go ahead and start working with the emailing. So I can show you how emailing works with Strapi, because I don't really have like authentication or other different endpoints to hit. So let's actually get the contact section working. So with Strapi, that's pretty easy. Usually I just go Strapi send grid docs. Email Strapi. We're gonna need this provider. There's the video I almost every time watch to figure out how to do this. So yeah, this is how we share on YouTube. I'm doing these live streams so people can ask me questions. Hello there, John. Is it Gene or John? What keyboard are you using? I'm using a Logitech. I'm not sure what it's. I still have the box somewhere. It's a Logitech mechanical. I think it's the lightest switches. I think it's like brown, not red or something. Okay. But in here, this is how we basically add emailing. So thanks to the plugin email, you can send emails from your server to external providers such as SendGrid. Programmatic usage. We're going to use the .send function that's coming from the Strapi plugins email service. So we can say the Strapi plugins email, the .services, and then the email, and then we get the send function, and to the send function we can then provide all of the information, and it will send the email. So behind the scenes it uses Node Mailer, it sets up everything like you would usually do on your own, which is a lot of work, and it kind of does it for you off the bat. So this is pretty cool. So now send an email using the send template. So here you can have a template, send templated email. Okay, so here's the different configurable plugins. So we can use Amazon SES, we can use Mailgun, we can use Node Mailer, we can use SendGrid, or we can use SendMail, which is very cool. So here it tells us how we can start with the SendGrid. So first we need to install this into our Strapi project. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going to stop the server. configure your provider. After installing your provider, you will need to add some configs, some settings to the config plugins.js. If this file doesn't exist, you need to create it. Check the README for each provider to know what configuration settings to provide the provider needs. When using community providers, pass a full package name for the provider, for example, Strapi provider, email, blah, 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 blah. Send. Okay, so this is how you would create that. So we need to actually go and do that. So let's get this up and running again. npm run develop. Now we can go under the config. We can have a plugins folder. So plugins.ts. And then we need to add in this information here. So let's go to the Strapi docs. And we can now see the actual object we need to add in. I don't think it's the same. I think this one's a little bit different. No, it looks the same. Pretty much the same. Yeah, okay, so let's add this in and save this. So once we add Cloudinary, so to upload our project's assets to Cloudinary, we can configure a plugin here as well and give it a config, provider plugin, and then we add the API keys for SendGrid, and then we just add it inside of our project variables over here, and then boom. And once you launch a project into production, it reshuffles the keys so that, yeah, it's not the same for production and development. Okay. So let's check it out. SendGrid. This is going to be the API keys name. So inside of the example, we're going to have a SendGrid API key, which I'll get from my SendGrid account. I won't show you guys that, but it's basically just your API key. And then we have a default from and a default to reply. So we can add like, this should reply to no reply. Let's just say no reply. No reply. Just think you usually say no reply like this. But let's just make these the same because it's going to be my email address. So we're going to say the full stack junkie at gmail.com. So my contact form will basically just send to my own email address. Yeah. I'm actually using the SES from AWS, but it's fine. I already have a SendGrid, and SendGrid is fine. I don't get that much emails from my website. It's like maybe 20-30 emails a month from my website. So it's not like Strapi, you get 100 free email, or SendGrid, you get 100 free emails a day. So that's pretty nice. Okay, so let's actually go ahead to SendGrid. I'm gonna go in here, but I'm gonna definitely hide my key information. So yeah, SendGrid is used by very big names. It's a very reliable service. I've found that people do struggle to get access to them, like actually able to use their service. So there is different alternatives, but ultimately I found SendGrid to be the easiest one. You should just they should just be able to see when you register that you're not someone that's going to use their service to write spam bots or something. So many passwords. Okay, so there I'm inside of my Strapi dashboard. I wish I was able to see which of my streamers are still active. I'm not really able to see who are the 2 active viewers at this moment. But yeah, thanks for sticking with me. Yeah, because here we can see send grid. I can go under send grids, and here I can click on API key, and I can basically go and configure an API key to send emails. So I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna say this is gonna be FS Junkie contact form. It's gonna have full access, restricted access, custom levels. Go create view. I'm gonna copy this key, then I'm gonna go to my Strapi, and I'm gonna add in the API key here. So I'm gonna hide that from you guys, just because, yeah. Okay, so that's added in there. Okay, done. So now I should be able to create an endpoint, or I think there is already an endpoint created by Strapi that allows us to send emails. So if we actually go to Postman, I think it's API/email/send, and it's a post request. Method not allowed. Let's quickly check this. I can go ahead and close SendGrid for now. Don't need that anymore. Let's go to the Strapi docs, and here I want to search for email. So email in the REST endpoint. So I'm on the same page here. They're not showing me really how to use this in the sense of, yeah, here they create a new provider. So they're basically creating their own sending. I'm not seeing where I can access the REST endpoint to send emails. I don't think it has that, so maybe we just need to send email. So we need to use this. So we're going to create a custom endpoint inside of our Strapi backend, which is pretty cool. I'll show you how to do that. So basically, under sources APIs, we're going to add in a new API. So there's actually a CLI tool we can use to generate this. If I go ahead and just search CLI, install CLI, command line interface. Okay. What is up, everyone? Please, if you enjoyed this video, give it a thumbs up, share it to people. Let me know what you think of the video so far. Okay, so you can say API new, but I'm gonna go with the Strapi. I think it's called Strapi generate. Strapi admin, Strapi generate. We can say Strapi generate and then the path. The Strapi template name will copy required. So the generate template. So over here. Okay, so we want to generate a new API. So let's see what Strapi helps gives us. So Strapi generate -- help. So it's saying using Strapi generate options, launch the interactive API generator. Options help. So I can say just npx Strapi generate. Okay, let's see what it gives us. It's an interactive CLI. So we want to create an API. So we can create a controller, so generate a controller for an API. So currently we don't have that API yet. I'm just going to call it contact. So I'm going to create an API. I'm going to give the name just contact. So is this API for a plugin? No, it's not for a plugin. Okay, so there it went and created a contact with the routes, controllers, and services. So this probably has the default setup here as well. Okay, so it actually gives me the ability to go and add a new route and some new services functionality. So this is cool. I'm not going to really need the services. I'm going to definitely need the route. So we can uncomment this example. So there's only going to be one route for this contact. It's going to be a post. It's going to be contact/send. And then we're going to connect to the send function on the contact. This policies, we're not going to have any policies or any middleware. So that's fine. We can save that. Controllers, here's the function. But instead of calling it example action, we're going to call it send. And this is going to be an asynchronous function where we get next. Instead of just returning with the CTX OK, we're going to use the Strapi. I think I can just access it here. Strapi dot. Here I can say, let's go and check. This is what we're going to do. I'm going to say await Strapi plugins. We're going to get the email plugin. We're going to say the service and then the email and the send function. So with TypeScript, we probably get a little bit of intelligence here, right? But okay, this is fine. So we're going to send the email, but this information we need to populate dynamically. So the HTML, we're going to actually create our own string and get that information. So in the backend, to generate this API, Strapi uses a framework called Koa. It's basically the same as Express, but this is Express. It's very similar to Express. Basically works the same, request response cycle, all of those fun things. So this is Koa. Basically create middleware and endpoints like this, app.listen. So you can see this is very similar to, you know, Express. You would also create an app variable and call the Express constructor and then start using it. So it's basically the same. So if you have knowledge about Express, then diving into Strapi and starting to customize or create your own things would be pretty simple. So on this CTX, we have access. So it's not giving me TypeScript intelligence because I'm guessing I need to get something from Koa request. This is like the Strapi request. But anyway, on this context, we get access to the response. So we can actually see that. Going to Strapi, CTX. Let's just say CTX. So this context contains all the request related information on the CTX request. So we get the request.body and stuff like that. So we can say console.log ctx.request.body. And this will be usually the parse JSON. Okay, so I'm just going to copy that out for now. We're not going to do that. We just want to see this response. So if we actually go into our Strapi dashboard now, we'll see that endpoint that we just created. So if I go into settings and roles and I pull up did we start the server? No, npm run develop. Hello. Tracy. Abderram. Nice to meet you guys. Thanks for joining. Okay, so we've got this started. Now we want to go into the public and then we can see we have a contact API. So now on this contact API, there's only one method or one endpoint that's accessible, and that's the send. And we want this to be accessible for the public because the contact form is for all public. And I believe you can add rate limiting to this, and I'll definitely look at doing that. Specifically for the contact form, I don't want someone to basically spam the living damn out of that. So only like 5 emails a day. You can't send more than that for the same browser or IP. Okay, so we're going to save this and make it publicly accessible. And now if I go to Postman, and I remember this endpoint is now API send, and it's a post request. So I'm going to add that in here like this. And in the body, I'm just going to add some raw data. So I'm just going to add in some information. So let's say foo and bar, like the old classic way. And let's send. And we get a response of OK. So this response is it's coming back from this OK over here, where we get a response text of just ctx.body of OK. So this is the way of returning or sending res.send in Co. You just say ctx.body, and then it will return the body, the send back body. And with the error, it's the same. You just send the error. But now we want to actually see what was logged in this request.body. So we can see here's the object. Once we did a post to the send, inside of this middleware we got this, inside of this controller, we logged this data. So this is pretty cool, right? It's actually weird that this one is before that one, because the endpoint first gets hit and then the controller. Yeah, again, it logs first and then shows the log. So the logs is probably on the last most middleware. So that probably makes sense. Okay, so we have foo bar getting logged as the body. So now we need to get our form information from the body. So if we go take a look at our form, we have the name, the email, the needs, and then a message. So let's actually go ahead and get that information from the body. So we need, instead of foo, we need name, which is going to be Lloyd. Then we need an email, which is going to be lloyd@gmail or lloyd.jvrensberg. Let's just provide real emails so that we can actually test it. And then we have needs. And let's say just e-commerce. And then we have the message. Please contact me about building e-commerce. Okay. So now if I send this, I should get back in the console that entire object. So we have the name, email, needs, and message. So now I can use that with this service and actually create, so let's say const HTML template, let's create backticks. And instead of sending, we're not going to blind copy, we're not going to copy, we're just going to do a from. So this email is coming from the full stack junkie @gmail.com. So I'm going to basically send to my own email. So I'm sending this to the full stack junkie @gmail.com. So I'm sending this to me, and it's coming from the full stack junkie. So that's important because this from, it's the subscriber you used, or the email subscriber you used inside of SendGrid. So I registered my own email in SendGrid as the sender. So the from should be the sender that you registered inside of SendGrid. And then the to is you can send to anybody from here. So you can have like a database with a load of Gmail lists, and you can send to all of them like a script. You can send emails to them. But this I'm just going to send to myself because it's my website and it's my contact form. But what I have is current setup, I have a different email, which is my domain email, and then that sends to me so that I don't get like spam issues. But for now, I'm just going to do this workaround. Sup Abdul, how's it going, guys? I love the chat, like the dabs. Okay, so let's quickly build out this template. It's going to be a basic, we're going to have a h1. And in this h1, we're basically just going to have the ctx.request.body. Or let's just say fsj contact form. So I'm just going to call that, so the heading of the email will be that, so I'll immediately see what the email is about. And then I'm going to have a p tag which contains the message. So in here I'm just going to populate in the message. So I'm going to say ctx.request.body.message. So let's actually say if there's no request.body, then we know we have an issue. So then just return invalid form submission ctx.request. Okay, so here we don't need to check that anymore. Okay, so we've got the message. Now we need a few more information because we're passing in the actual name of this person, the email of this person, and then their message and their needs. So this will be the email template. So let's add that in there. The sticks will be nothing, and here we'll just say this subject will be fsj contact request. Okay, just like this. Okay, this should work now. So let's actually try this out. Sent. Okay, so now it should actually send to my email. So I'm just going to open up my email. Gmail.com. Just going to add it to the side here for now. Archive everything. Okay, so there's my email. There's SendGrid. Oh, there's Strapi. Oh, I'm saying everything wrong. There's Postman. So I'm going to hit send now. And we get an issue. What's the issue? Let's go back to our server, open the logs. Okay, so it crashed during that reload, but that's fine now. Let's restart that, get it up. Get it up, get it up, get it up. Let's get some water. Okay, now I've got that up and running. We can hit send. And we've got a send. So we can see this is the body that still got logged. And let's see if this actually sent to my email now, right? Refresh. No new mail. Just keep on refreshing. What does this return? It's not saying what it's returning. We just are waiting for the send action, and once that's done, it goes into send. So it doesn't give us an error. So this obviously had to work. But I'm not getting the email yet. Let's check under some of the spam. Ah, there we get the spam. Because it's coming from ourselves, you know. So I'm just going to mark this as not spam. Mark as report not spam. So instead of Okay, so there we got the email. We can see it's the subject is full stack junkie contact request. The form, it says full stack junkie contact form. And then we can see all of the information that was added. We can see Lloyd is the person's name, the email, and then their needs, and then what message they added. So this works. So now I can go ahead and send this again, but this time I'm going to be someone John. And then this is still after is coming from John, and others, and here we can say please teach me JS and send. It's sent. If we go into my contact form, there we can see the email, looks safe, and there we can see the contact form being sent. So now my contact form API side is working. Now I just need to connect it to the front end so that the front end is able to use that endpoint. So let's go ahead and do that. This should actually be connected up here. So let's close up some of this information. There you can read about the request and the response and stuff. So let's connect up this contact form now to actually send the real deal. Okay, so if we actually go into the emails provider configuration, we can see that it's set up with SendGrid now. And usually you can add SES, which I'm gonna do after this video, because yeah, I actually forgot that my setup is with Amazon. So yeah, this is done. And then under the roles, we were able to set the send endpoint to public. So it's a public endpoint. Here we can even create API tokens. So if you have an API that like has a subscription fee for using it, you can set up API tokens to track what users are using your API and how many requests and stuff like that. Internationalization, the library, webhooks, and then overview. You can see a few things here. I can change this Strapi icon and the name. So if I want to give this dashboard to a business, I can add their business name and their icon in there, and then it's like technically custom to them. Okay, so this is pretty cool. Let's go ahead and do the form. Okay, so inside of the front end, we're gonna go under the components, the contact form. So on the contact form, we have a function that does a submit. And here we're currently just console logging out the values. But we actually want to submit this form now, right? So let's quickly change this button. This button should be send message. So the send message should not have a class of button. It should have a variant of contained. Okay, just like that. So if I send, I need to require all of these fields. I'm doing this form validation with a package called Formik. It's very cool. Gives you a nice ability to validate your schema. So the name, I'm checking everything here, validating, making sure that the fields are added and stuff like that. So what we want to do here is say Formik helpers dot set submitting, and we want to set the submitting to true, like this. Okay, that's the first thing we need to do when we submit. Then we need to do some asynchronous handlers. So this is going to be an async function, and then we're going to have a try catch where we're going to have a finally, and if there is a finally, just Formik helpers. So the finally state will always get entered whether it fails or not. So it's kind of a nice way to stop your loading states. And then inside of the try, I want to do my sending of my information to the email endpoint. So I'm going to use fetch again, and I'm going to say HTTP localhost, and then the Strapi endpoint. We should actually move this out into like a constant that we use across our app, and I'll do that. But here we're gonna go to API/contact. I think it's just contact, right? Just contact, yeah. So that's the custom endpoint we made, right? And then the /send this is going to have a method of a post. We're going to have to make a post request. And then we have headers. And we're going to send content type of application JSON. And we don't need any authorization headers. We need a body. And this body will now be JSON.stringified so that we can add in the information. So what do we need in here? We need the name. We need the email. We need the needs. And then we need the message. And where do we get this information? Well, if you were with me when I refactored this, we get this from this values, which is from the Formik object, because this onSubmit function gets called over here. So you can see this onSubmit gets called, and this onSubmit then has access to the values of that form. So we can say values dot, and then we get the name. And we do this for all of these, but this one will now be the email, this will now be the needs, and this will now be the message. Okay, so now this will send that information, but we want to await this response, so we can say const res equals await the send. And once the send is done, we just want to console.log. We actually want to use a toast message to pop up and show that this was sent successfully. So I don't think I'm using the React Toast library yet. No, it doesn't look like it. So I'm going to use that because it's very nice. It's so slick. So I'm just going to console log this out here for now, the res. Yeah, I actually don't need to do anything here. And if there's an error, I'm just going to console log the error for now. I'm going to add in like a toast to tell you whether it succeeded or not. So just actually remove this res. Okay. So let's try this out. This should work now, right? Because here we're doing the function. It's loading everything and it's sending. Yeah, let's try this out. So from the front end, now we can actually reload this. And from the front end, we should be able to send an email to my email. Let's go ahead and refresh this. Let's just delete all of these. And now send testing at gmail.com. My needs is business and please help. And I'm gonna hit send. Okay, so we're not seeing anything happen, so let's check the network tab. We're gonna hit send. We can see it's hitting the send endpoint and it's actually succeeding. But this button, its loading state is not updating. It's not giving visual feedback that the send actually happened successfully. But here we can see both of our contact forms being submitted. Looks safe. And here we can see testing at Gmail business. And we can see everything that was filled in on the website. So this is how we connect our emails. So this is pretty cool, right? Strapi saving the day, helping us abstract all of this logic. So let's just fix this. So if there's an error, we want to show a toast with an error, and if this should always kind of just close the modal function. So I think this should just call close modal function like this. So once you've done sending it, it closes the modal, and then there should be a pop-up telling you email sent. So I'm going to use this React Toastify package. Very cool. You get this loaders, very nice loaders, and it's actually a pretty popular package. So yeah, check it out. Definitely check it out. So I'm just gonna install this quickly. It's out of my React app, my next app, same thing. And then basically we wrap our entire app and we add a toast container. Basically, this is where your toasts will pop up in the app. You can have multiple containers, but for my app, I'm just going to have one container. So I need to import this. Go to the pages, and then the most indexed page. App, right over here. Okay. We have our layout. Let's actually add this inside of the layout. This will be better. So inside of the so inside of the layout, here we're going to add this toast package. So the toast container will just be here at the bottom, the toast container. You can save that. We're not going to be using the toast from directly in here, but now we can kind of access that by using this website's also very beautiful, and it gives you the nice exact, if you want to position, you can run show toast and you can see how it would look. You can add it to the right and show toast, add it to the top center, show toast, promises pending, you know, you can add the sending, and boom. So there's very nice examples here of how to do this. Okay, so on the toast container, I want this to be on the center, so I'm going to take everything exactly like it is here and copy that into the layout and add it as props for this toast container. And now inside of my success and my error, I can use the toast. So where do I import? So I can use this toast. Okay, so if there is an error, if there is success, let's just go there first. We want to say toast.success, and then we add in a few fields here. So this is where this website comes very handy, is you can actually specify all the things you want. So it's top right, the text is not going to be that, it's just going to be email sent successfully, and save. But now we need this property. Let's show. So instead of being top right, we want it to be top center. So show. And we want to add that information in here. If there is an error, then we want to display email sent failed, and this will be an error toast like this. Okay, so let's actually try this out, right? If I were to go ahead and send something now, it's not a correct email. And we send. Okay, we're not getting the pop-up from, we're not getting this. I want it to fail actually, so let's make it like this. Let's see what I get. Okay, so it's always closing it now. So let's just remove this for now. I want to see the pop-up happening. Oh, I didn't restart this. There we get email sent successful. If I hover over it, it actually pauses. I can close it and everything. So that's nice. So I want to go back and close the modal. So I'm going to send, and there we can see email successful. I think this looks beautiful. Okay, so if there is an error, which there actually should have been, because this should throw an error based on this. Okay, so that's wrong. Email sent successfully. That's definitely wrong. So this try catch is failing me. Oh, you know what? We need to check this res. If res.not okay, then we want to return. So let's try it now. Okay, we get the email error, sent email fail. So I actually want this to be the reversed color. I want it to be this colored. And success. So it has this type of look. So I want this to be colored. So where do I add that? Nowhere is it actually changing. Where do I add the theme? It's probably on the container. Inside of the layout. Is there a theme property? Yeah. Colored. So now if I send, it gives me an error. It's pretty cool, right? I think this is looking good. Looking good. Okay, so let's fix that and get a correct response now. Send. And I actually want to disable the button while it is sending. So while the submitting is true, I want to disable the button. Disabled and Formik is submitting. Like this. Okay. So now the button we can so now it's activated, so as soon as I hit send, it's going to disable for the HTTP period. And then it's sent. So you can't like double tap and send the email twice, right? So now if I go to my emails, I should have a few emails now. Okay, I have all of my emails getting sent. I can see them being sent. That's great. That's formatted and done, so that's very cool. So that's working from the front end. Let's check out rate limiting. Rate limiting. Rate limiting Strapi. To do so, take a look at the rate limit policy that provided by user permission plugin. By default, it allows you to limit an IP to max 5 requests per minute. to change these limits, you should create your own custom policy, copy the content from the rate limit. Okay, so here is actually on Strapi's forms. They have very nice forms and documentation as well. Yeah, so here you provide a policy with the rate limit. By default, max 5 requests per minute. You can change this by creating a custom policy and adding that in there instead of just the normal rate limit policy. So it's very easy to update these things. And see, it's using Koa. So if you start using Koa, then this will be very beneficial. But yeah, I think I'm gonna leave the rate limiting for now. If I see that someone's spamming me, I might change that. Yeah, so what do I have to do now? So this is done, contact form is done. So this is dynamic information. This button is not taking me to the actual website yet, so let's do that. So inside of the project component, so we have all posts, post item, project card, index. Then we have this view website, which will have an on-click. And basically we want this to take us to a new page, or like a different tab. So to do this, it's pretty easy. We wrap this in a link coming from Next.js, and inside of the link we have a href, because you need to add an href if you want something that's styled custom like this. And then we need to add an href, or actually this doesn't need to be inside of a Next.js link, it's just a normal link, and you want to set the target equals to blank underscore blank, and this is going to be props.data.attributes. Instead of technology, it will be link. And I believe I need to say rel is equal to no referee, like this. And if I try it out now, is it still running? Yes. And I click on this website, it takes me to the actual website. So that's pretty cool, right? So this is just a basic website, also running Strapi. But I'm gonna do a refactoring in my next upcoming lives, where I actually refactor this website completely using Material UI. So yeah. Okay, and if I click on, let's say this one, it actually takes me to that website. Let's see if it has okay, so it's just taking me to a new page. Okay, there is that e-commerce. And yeah, now I can actually update these dynamically from Strapi, which is sick. It's very cool. Okay, the blog post, this section is not using Strapi yet, but I'm thinking of doing this maybe on a different episode, because inside of the blog section, rendering the blogs is kind of something I want to update, but it's something I need to look into more, because it's yeah, I'm currently doing it in a bit of a weird way, so I need a lot of architecting or thinking to do. So now we can view all of these, just checking everything is working. Nice. Okay, I think we're done, guys. I think I'm gonna go ahead and start deploying this. Are you guys ready for the deployment phase? Can we take a break before we go to the deployment phase? Yeah, let me know what you guys are thinking of the live stream so far. Have a little bit less viewers today consistently, but yeah, I would love to know what you guys are thinking about the website so far. And yeah, let's get ahead and start going to the deployment part. So actually deploying this Strapi part, we first need to set up what am I using for this? Cloudinary. So we first need to set up Cloudinary so that our media library, these images can't be saved on Heroku, because Heroku doesn't allow you to save external files onto the servers. So it's not like having your own Linode instance and being able to save these images locally on the server. You will have to connect if you use Heroku as your hosting, and I'm going to be using Heroku. So we'll create a new project, and then Heroku will give us a database and a free hosting, SSL as well. And we'll host basically our Strapi dashboard from there. And then in the Versal project, we'll just update the config variables to use the Heroku Strapi instance to communicate and get data. So yeah, I think we can start building that after the break. So I'll see you guys after the break. Stay with me. Okay, let's get into this, guys. 3 of you watching. Okay, so we've done the website. This is all Material UI, and we're using Strapi to load our data from the database. These services are all dynamically added to the page, so I can go ahead and update and add things. The contact form is working. We can send, it's validating. We can send information and receive it with SendGrid. And then the blog section is still just loading blogs from a hard-coded source. So the blog section I will actually get to in a different live stream, or just do it on my own. I don't think a lot of you are going to find value at watching me build this blog part. If it's something you guys want to see, I'll do it. But yeah, otherwise I'm going to do this on my own. But now what we want to do is we want to get this up on Versal. and our API, Strapi dashboard API, we want to get up on Heroku. So in order to do this first, Heroku doesn't allow you to save files, so you can't upload images to a Heroku server. You need Cloudinary. So I'm going to be signing in with my Cloudinary account. Let's check it out. Okay, so here I can see all of my images currently. Yeah, I can actually go ahead and remove all of this. I don't need any of these images anymore. Select one, and then I'm just going to say select all assets on this page. And then we can say delete. Okay, so here I'm in Cloudinary, and I can view my account information here. I haven't really used Cloudinary much, but I'm going to be using this for my assets. So I actually want to create like a folder specifically for a project. I'm guessing that's how you do it, right? Like you have folders, because this is my API key, this is the secret, this is the secret string. So transformations, you can add like different things. Strapi kind of does the transformation for you where it resizes the things, but here you can add scripts to transform it a specific width and height during the send. But here I want to add a new folder, and I want to call this FS Junkie website assets. Yeah. Okay, in here I want to browse. So it's in here where we're going to start dropping our images. So we need to connect Strapi with Cloudinary. And once again, how do we do that? Strapi Cloudinary docs. Here's a Strapi example, and we need to import this provider upload Cloudinary. So basically all that this npm package kind of does behind the scenes, right? It does the multer and all of this stuff for you. Okay, so if you want to upload to Cloudinary specifically, we need this upload config inside of our plugins.js. And if you remember, we already created that plugins.js for the emailing. So let's actually go ahead inside of configs, plugins, and we have the email plugin. Now we need the upload plugin. So these fields are obviously something that Strapi is looking for. And we are having the provider as Cloudinary. We have provider options, which is the Cloudinary name. I'm going to add that to my env. Whoops. I'm going to have to change that. Yeah, I'll change that afterwards. Okay, so I'm going to have to go into env, add in my Cloudinary name, and add in my Cloudinary key, and add in my Cloudinary secret. Okay, so this is the keys that this piece of plugin needs in order to upload or use Cloudinary to upload your images. Okay, so let's actually start using it. So by default, Strapi will then anywhere where you access or upload a media type, it will use this upload and save things to Cloudinary. So this is the cloud name, the API key, and the secret. I'm not sure how you specify a specific path to a folder in Cloudinary. Like, that's probably something you'd have to do here as well, right? Security middleware config. Due to the default settings of the Strapi security middleware, you will need to modify the content security policy setting to properly see thumbnail previews in the media library. You should replace Strapi, the security string, with the object below instead, as explained in the middleware. So this is inside of the middlewares. We have the Strapi security. Okay, let's check it out. So instead of the middleware, instead of this Strapi security, we add in this object, which basically is the Strapi, but we do a few configurations about this. So that's how we save that. Now I should actually go ahead. Let me move this out of the way before I expose my secret identity information again. So how would I get into a specific folder, right? That's what I'm gonna be looking at now. Okay. Okay, so that's uploaded. What is this saying? Full stack Junkie. Cloudinary. Upload to folder. Cloudinary supports specifying a folder name while uploading by adding the folder parameter to your upload API call. When you see the folder parameter, the public ID given. So I'm looking on this website now. Just gonna save that, so that's added in there, so we don't have to worry about that anymore. Okay, so let's take a look at this. So Cloudinary supports specifying a folder name while uploading by adding the folder parameter to your upload API call. So let's say Strapi Cloudinary folder upload. How to set Cloudinary upload options in Strapi. So the specific upload options. So upload file, public ID. So here you can say the cloud name key. You can add any config option here. It will be passed to cloudinary.config. Config, upload config. Upload config. With the following configuration: folder, Cloudinary folder, upload config. We have the provider options. So what options do I have here? I wish I could see this. So folder, is there a folder option here? Provider options, action options. So the upload, we want to go to a specific folder. So where can I dive more into this? Strapi Cloudinary npm package. So in here, Strapi website, Strapi docs. Okay, so this upload and upload, stream and delete, security middleware. So this is that security part. Documentation about environment builds, documentation about using provider. So they're using the AWS S3 provider. So let's check out the Cloudinary one. Okay, they're just using this as example. We can see a few options. Access key ID, secret key ID, region, params, and then we have the bucket. So here we have a provider option with params. So make sure you read the README. Why is it taking me to the Strapi docs? Like it is here, but I'm not able to see now. Using a provider. Install the provider, new provider run, local server. So for this provider, it's only cloud name, API key. So I need Cloudinary params to upload to folder. Okay, let's check this out. Public ID. Action options, upload. What is action options? Like, where can I read more about this? This is what I want to know. Complete list of options. Okay, here it is. Cloud name, API key secret. For all legacy SDKs, you'll probably want to set the secure parameter to true to ensure your transform URL always gets generated as HTTPS. Okay. Cloud name, API key, and then URL. So provider options, private CDN, CNAME, subdomain, upload prefix, optional replace, okay, that's not needed. Other, upload preset, API proxy, signature algorithm, provisioning API keys, account ID. This is not giving me what I need. So it seems like I'm not able mandatory. The name of your Cloudinary account. Use to build the public URL for your media assets. API mandatory, so okay. So I'm guessing the cloud name, if you just add the folder name in front of it, then it would. I don't know. Provider options is post action options. So let's see what we can do here. So, oh, here's the folder. Optional parameters. We have public ID folder, use file name, unique file name override, type access, override, resource, tags, context, metadata, colors, faces. Okay, here we have a lot of tags. But where does this part get added in? It gets added in under the actions option. is passing directly each respectively following custom options. You can find a complete list of upload stream options and delete options. So it was this part over here. We have the upload, signed upload syntax, required parameters, optional parameters, and examples. So the required parameters are these, which is the file, the uploaded preset, and then the signature. And the optional things are, but I'm not seeing any of these specifically. If I say folder, the full path of the folder where the uploaded assets will be stored. The assets public ID will include the folder. The assets public ID will include the folder path provided here. If dynamic folder mode is enabled on your account, you should use the asset folder parameter instead. So now I'm not sure if it's inside of just like this. And we can probably say env and call it then instead of env, I'm gonna change all of this anyway. I called it FSJ. What did I call it? Media FSJ website assets. FSJ website assets. Just like this. Okay, let's check the chat. What React validation library do you use? So it's not necessarily a React validation library. But for the forms, I'm using Formik, specifically just to like get touched events, error states, and stuff like that. And validation, I'm using Yup. So Yup is just basically a JavaScript library or package that helps you validate how an object should look and all of its keys should look. So yeah, that's basically what I'm using, and it works really well. It's very easy to understand. Justin, let's go champ. Thanks, Justin. Thanks, guys. I appreciate the support. I would love you guys to just smash the like button as well before you leave. If you're not leaving, still smash the like button. And let's continue. Okay, so I think I added the folder name now. So that's added. I've added all of the secret keys. So now we should actually go and try and upload an image and see that it actually gets uploaded to this folder over here. So let's browse. So let's actually go into my Strapi dashboard. I'm going to close all of these documentations up now. It's too much. And then I'm going to restart my Strapi app. npm run develop. And I'm going to go into my Frontend app. Okay, that's still fine. Okay, so we have an issue here, so let's check it out. Strapi is saying debug, server wasn't able to start properly, could not upload, could not load, upload provider Cloudinary, could not find module Cloudinary. So I think I never installed the package. So it's Strapi Cloudinary. It's this npm package over here. And I need to install this. Okay. Oh my goodness, guys. Not even telling me I'm still on that screen. Like, I've been doing so much work and nobody says anything. Okay, it's okay. Let's figure this out. Where did I last leave off? So in the config, I added in this upload config, which gives us the Cloudinary provider. It gives us all of our Cloudinary options from the env. So we need the cloud name, the API key, and the API secret. So this is some provider options that Cloudinary specifically needs. And here we have some other, and I'm specifying a specific folder to upload inside of my Cloudinary account. And here's the one for the email. So we can configure plugins inside of the plugins config folder. Okay, so let's check if this runs again. npm run develop. Oh my goodness, I can't believe, like, I wonder how long I was on that screen now. Like, I don't hope I was on that screen for too long. Otherwise, I blame you guys for not saying anything. Okay, so it's running. So now let's actually check this out. Localhost admin localhost. Let's get this up. Okay, it's asking me to log in again. The full stack junkie at gmail.com, and then just my generic password for these tutorials. Okay, so there we have our dashboard, and now we can go and check under the plugins. We should now see Cloudinary as being configured for our media library. So we can say, where's that? He shows the email providers, email templates. So these are the providers you can get for authentication. So you can get OAuth, like Cognito, Discord. You can use all of these providers, which is very cool. I'm just using the basic email one for now. You can add email templates. We have advanced settings. Roles, webhooks, media library over here. So the media library is not showing that it's configured with Cloudinary. So I'm not sure where you view that. So I thought it would show the media library. So these are all still local assets, but now if I actually start to upload them, they should be hosted on Cloudinary. So currently I don't have any images in here, but let me add a new asset. It's going to add this image and upload. Now it's uploading it. It looks like it's working because it's uploading it to Cloudinary now. Okay, so there it's uploaded. So if I go to Cloudinary and I were to refresh this, I should have seen. So either it did it in this folder. Yeah, okay, so it did it in the wrong folder. So my config for the plugin, this folder is not working. So let's check if I need to add that in the update, or in the upload, add the folder property there. Just gonna restart this. So when we make changes with configs, usually it's the best to just restart it so we don't have issues. How are you guys doing? See, there's 5 active viewers. How are you guys doing? Are you still following me? Okay, let's see. This is running. Okay, let's go in here now and try and upload one again. Let's upload that again. Upload. So it's working. So it's obviously doing some asynchronous request. It's not instant, so at least that's giving us some feedback. Let's go to Cloudinary, refresh. Okay, so it's still not adding it to this folder. Folder, guessing folders. Okay, so this is actually the folder name. So let's go ahead and change this to that name. And let's try again. Restart this bad boy. And you can see what I'm trying to do here. I'm trying to get the image inside of this folder instead of just having it under the home screen where everything is just going to be. I don't want to do that. So select all. Just delete this. Delete. And then on this side I want to delete these images as well. So just delete them. Confirm. Okay, so that's deleted. Okay, so let's check that that's running. It's running. Let's update or upload a new image. Add this image. Okay, let's hope this works. I've got a feeling it's gonna work. But let's see. So this upload is not finishing. So now I've got a feeling that the folder is now this upload is taking too long. Let's go to the server. I'm hitting the upload. Okay, let's maybe just refresh maybe this asset. Okay, it looks like it did add it. If I go to this folder and refresh, it's still not here. It's probably still in this. Yeah, it's still here. Okay, let's delete all of this again. Let's go to the dashboard and delete this again. And now to the Strapi part. Cloudinary timeout. Okay, so this is failing. Okay, so I'm guessing this then should not be in the upload, but just be folder. Like, I'm not sure, so I'm really experimenting here. Okay. Oh, thanks so much for the likes, guys. If we can get those likes to like 50 likes before this video ends, that would be amazing. I don't think I've gotten that many likes in like one live stream. Okay, so let's try this again. That's running. Let's run this again, see what we get. Okay, so this thing is having an issue. Let's delete it. Okay, it's deleted. Let's add a new file, just a new asset. We're gonna add this and upload. Okay, it got uploaded. We go to this folder now. Damn it, it's not working. It's still uploading here. So this is kind of bothering me because I'm not sure where to add this folder property now. Okay, so let's keep on going, guys. Let's keep on going. So basically, I need to get this Cloudinary set up, because once it's set up, then the deployment would be pretty easy. I mean, that's all just Heroku and Versal, and they kind of like do everything for you. Just select all of these and delete them. Go to Strapi. Just delete this file as well. Okay, so nothing in here and nothing in here. So let's try this again. Upload. Maybe this property should be folders. Like, it's not giving me IntelliSense on this, so I'm not really sure, and there's not really documentation where this... Wait, maybe I'm being a dumbass. Wait. It's just called folder. Naming and storage. Optional parameters. So this is also something that I'm not understanding where it should be nested in. So it's folder, use file name. So it is folder. Upload API. So Strapi, Cloudinary, folder, upload, config. How to set Cloudinary, upload options. So this isn't 2020, which is a while back. You can add any config options here. It will be passed to the Cloudinary. So that just says we should add this in over here, which didn't work. I'm gonna actually paste in a few, just folder like this. Add that in here as folder and folders. Just gonna copy this and add that in there as well. Now, if it doesn't work, what is it complaining about? Let's check. Okay, so it's working. Error occurred, please try again later. Okay, they're not here, so Strapi deleted them. Okay, let's try this again. If I'm not able to figure this out, I'll do it on my own time, and then just get the deployment going. Okay, now it definitely has issues with the upload, because this uploading is not working. Cloudinary. Error uploading Cloudinary. Timed out. It's not giving me any errors to why it loaded so long. Okay, it uploaded. Still nothing. Okay, so the adding it to the folder is something that I'm gonna sit on my own time and try and figure out why it's not working. Because there surely should be a parameter that I'm missing or not understanding that should get passed in here. Let's clear that out. Okay, now I'm gonna stop with this then, because I'm getting it to Cloudinary, but I'm not getting it to actually upload into a specific folder. So that's something I'm just gonna have to check on my own. Okay, but for now, let's probably delete this. Delete. Okay, so it's uploading all of our media. Okay, so we're gonna lose all of this data once we add it to Heroku. So let's actually go and start doing the Heroku part now. Okay, I'm going to create a new app. I'm going to call it if is Junkie, Strapi. Oh, let's just call it the full stack Junkie. API. Okay, and I want Europe, and add to pipeline. So an existing pipeline. So I'm just going to create app, because the Heroku CLI actually gives us. So then we go into our Strapi project, and we run the Heroku login command. So I have installed Heroku globally on my system. So it says press any key to open up a browser. So it will open up this one. We'll log in. We're already logged in, so we can close this, and now we're logged into the Heroku CLI. So now we can actually go ahead and start using the CLI to deploy our project. So first things first, right? We have to create a Git repo. So currently we don't have a Git repo. So we can say git init, creating a Git repo for us. And a very cool tool for the people watching is this Git graph. Like, I found this tool as an extension, and it's actually very cool because there's no commits, so you can't see anything. But it works very well with this Visual Studio Code and GitHub. So I'll actually make a video on that probably. Okay, but now we want to add the Heroku Git remote the full stack Junkie API. So we're basically connecting, not doing that twice. We are connecting Heroku as a remote for Git, and we're adding it to this like repo that or the project that got created. Initializing the Git repository in the new or existing directory. Deploy your application. So we're going to add everything, we're going to commit everything, and then we're going to push to Heroku. And then this Strapi dashboard should be live. Warning Heroku updates. Okay, so now we can say git add all git commit initial Heroku deploy, like this. Okay, and now we have deployed to Heroku. But before we push this project, I want to do something. Strapi Heroku, and once again documentation from them. So if we're on Windows, we can install the Heroku CLI, then we log in, then we can create our Strapi app, which we already did. We want to add the package JSON to our GitHub, our git ignore. So let's do that. Our git ignore should get our package.json as well. I'm not seeing any package.json. Let's search package. Okay, so no results found. Okay, let's add in Node.js. Over here, we want to ignore the package lock. Okay, so that's the first step. Then we want to commit this changes. Then we want to create a project, but we've already gotten one. We've already added this as well. Now we want to set up a database. So let's actually just commit this changes. Git add git commit added package lock to git ignore. Okay, now we're going to use the CLI to basically create a database in Heroku, and our database is going to be Postgres because Strapi goes very well with Postgres. Okay, so we're going to do this. Heroku add-ons, create this, and then we're just going to use the dev. So add-ons, create Heroku PostgreSQL dev hobby. So creating PostgreSQL hobby dev for the full stack Junkie API. It's free. Database has been created and is available. This database is empty. If upgrading, you can transfer data from another database with the PG copy. So the Postgres copy. So create PostgreSQL. This is the database name as the URL, and you can view the documentation by viewing those links. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is receive the database credentials. So we don't actually need this, so I'm just going to leave that, but you can run this and then you should see the output of your database, which is hosted on AWS. And then we want to set database variable automatically. So we need to install this. Create your Heroku database config file for production. So remember when I said initially when we have this database, if we go and check the database or the config and then the database, we can see it's using SQLite. But this is only in the config for development. So we're going to create a folder in here called production. So we're going to say config env production database.js. So config env database production slash database.ts, like this. So it's config env production database. And then we need to add this in. We're using Postgres, and here we can get the information from the Postgres connection. And then we need to set our node environment for Heroku to production so that it actually uses the Postgres database and everything in the API that's set up to use specific things during specific production or stages in your app. You can use to set the production. Okay, let's go ahead and run that. So this we can save now. Okay, create your Strapi server config for production. So now we're going to do the same thing in the env production, but for the server file. So in here we're going to have a server.ts. We're going to add that in there. Okay, and then here we are going to set a few environmental variables. So this is going to do some grep. It's going to get keys to copy existing secrets from your environment config locally. Use the following. So this will then go ahead and basically take all of the env files configs and add that to Heroku. But I'm going to replace them. But for now, let's just run this. Following OpenSSR command will generate random new secrets, Mac and Linux only. Open the PG node module, or install this. So we're going to install this. Now it's just running all of these commands. It's basically just adding variables inside of settings and then these reveal config. So here you can see it started populating everything. So this is what the script and scripts are doing. Okay, so now if I install this package, the last few things I'm going to do, then I deploy, then it's done. So I'm just going to commit all of this again. And now I'm gonna say npmi, and I'm just gonna update this again. Okay, so it actually didn't do anything there, so now we can deploy. This should be main. Git push Heroku main. So now it's going to do the entire building process as well. We'll see that happen. And then once it's done, we can just run Heroku open. And it should be done. So this ultimately is going to give us a hosted Strapi instance with a Postgres database. Everything free. Yeah, I'm gonna add in a hook in my front end as well to just trigger the API so that it doesn't go and sleep, or once you visit the website it automatically triggers the API so that you can go and wake up the serverless or the Heroku instance. Yeah, so this might take a while, but basically this Git graph is pretty a neat tool. I thought I want to show you guys. If you're not using like Git Kraken or stuff like that, and you're just using your normal command line, this tool is pretty neat. You can go ahead and see everything you've changed. You can see the commits, the dates, the author. You can click and you can check it out, this commit. You can revert the commit, drop things. It's very clear and easy. And it works very nice with the source control tab that's in VS Code. So here I can publish this branch because it's not published yet. But I'm not going to publish it. Let's publish it and see what happens. Okay, so it looks like it finished the deployment. Warning, the same version of this code is already been built. We have detected they triggered a build. Okay, so this was this one, I'm guessing. Command not found. Yeah, I think that's just gonna actually close this up. Still busy. It's still going, guys. Yeah, it's trying to publish. I'm not going to publish this branch because we don't have a Git repo, GitHub repo. It's just the Heroku remote. So if I say Git remote, we can see the Heroku. Okay, so now this is live on Heroku, guys. So we can actually go and check out this app now. If we go to the app, which is this one here, you can see open app. And we can see the server is running successfully. So now we're in production mode for the Strapi. So we can just say admin and will actually take us to the new portal. So I'm going to have to re-register because the one was just in development and this one is actually, you know, live production site. Just going to open this tool so I can see if there's any logs coming my way. Okay, so let's go ahead and create our dashboard. So I'm going to fill this in with correct information. Okay, so now we're going to the dashboard. There we have our dashboard. So we'll still have our physical content types because this got saved inside of the API, but we won't have any data. So there's not going to be any data inside of our database, but we still have our projects, our service, and our user. And we still have our custom endpoint where we need to go and add. So under roles, whether you are authenticated, we don't have any authentication, so we're just going to go under public. Contact, we want to give access to the send. On projects, we want to be able to find the projects. And services, we want to find the services. With the email, here's the send, so you can use this. They actually do give you this email. Let's see. It's API email. So I basically went and created something that's not needed. I'm guessing, I don't know, but yeah, now you actually saw how to create a custom. So I made an API contact. Okay, so that's fine. And on user permissions, you can find users. You don't really need to find users. So this is not needed at all. So I'm just going to save this. So now this should work. So now if I actually go to Postman, and instead of going to this URL over here, I'm going to now use my Strapi URL. So if I go to this project and I say open app, this URL over here is now going to be the new one I add in front. So now I'm going to try and get all of the projects. Let's get all of the projects. And then we can see the return. We have a data which has we have no projects yet, and then the pagination result. So let's go ahead and actually add some information into our hosted Strapi dashboard now. Okay, so content manager. We can close this up. Now I'm gonna have to go and add all of those things in again. So let's get that information. So first, let's actually load all of the media we're gonna need. So this will all go to Cloudinary as I upload this. So I want to add an asset. So let's get that folder. Just like this. Okay. This one, this one, this one, this one, this one, this one, that one. This one. I'm just selecting all of the images and assets that I used. I'm gonna go to this page and I'm just gonna drag everything and drop it in there. And these are all of the assets I'm using. So I'm just gonna upload these assets. Oh, request failed. No. What's going on? Why is it failing? Why is it failing? Let's check what is the reason. Okay, all of them failed. Let's see. Request with status 500. In promise, request failed with status 100. Internal server error. So let's go and check the logs. So now you can see how we check logs. We go more, view logs. And we can see the logs inside of the actual API. Must supply API key. Oh, okay, so now there's some of the Cloudinary stuff I'm missing. Okay, so in here, reveal keys. Oh, we don't have the Cloudinary stuff set up here. So we want to add a new key. So let's go to our project. And then I'm just going to take these keys. We need these keys to add. So just gonna like respin these keys once I'm done. Okay, this folder name, I don't need that. I'm not doing anything with this. Okay, so now we have all of our configs. So let's just restart this dyno. Upgrade stack. You're about to upgrade to Heroku 22 stack. You will have to redeploy your app. See, Heroku isn't like the fastest like hosting provider, but it's very easy to get set up. And you know, freelancing clients aren't, if you pay for an actual instance, like $7 a month, which is very little, and it manages a lot for you. And yeah, I think most clients are happy with $7 a month for a server. Why did I close it? Okay, let's try again. Upload all 10 of these assets. Let's go. Let's go. It's not failing. It's not failing. It's not failing. Happy. Very happy. Okay, now if we go to Cloudinary and refresh, they have all of these images. Boom. Uploaded and working. Okay, that's the wrong one. Okay, so we've got this. Now I can actually go ahead and create our post. So we have a project. Our first project is this. Let's actually get our local host up. Oh, it's not gonna get the correct information. Okay, let's just do it from here. It's fine. Add that in. Okay, this is the e-commerce for SofaScore. Finish. Save. Okay, there's our first project added. We've got a few more to go. What is up, everybody? Thanks for joining. Thanks for checking in. Please remember to like the video. If you're not subscribed, subscribe, because I'm gonna be doing these freelancing projects live so you can see, and I hope you guys get value from this. So if you're joining late, basically all that we've done, so we've added in, where's this? I don't have the Reddit. Oh, it's we built a website using Material UI. This is the website, but we refactored it to use Material UI. And yeah, and we're using Strapi for the backend to do our content management, which is very nice. And yeah, we're basically just deploying the app, the front end and the back end now, to finish up this live stream. Okay, so now I've created all 7 of my projects. Now I need to get and create my services. So let's go ahead and create those. The name, add copy, description, the includes, okay, create that service, new one, business websites, sorry, I've gone a little bit quiet there, but yeah, I'm just trying to get this done quickly. So this is for the business website. Website design. Okay, we've got all of our services up. Now it's actually in the database. Now, the next thing we need to do is, let's see. The next thing we need to do is go to the front end and start deploying that, because all of our backend related things are done now. So this is the current live website. It's not using the Strapi API. So let's go ahead and start doing that. So let's go to Vercel. And we're going to change a few things in here. So first off, let's close up this. This is done. We're done with the back end. So we're just working on the front end now. And in here, I'm going to do a few things. This post is currently where my blogs are added, just README files. This will go into Strapi as well at a later stage. Hi there. Bro, can you share your project repo? Otherwise, you can create same project or share with us. Please. Yeah, so for this project, this is actually my live website. So the code is on GitHub, I believe. But yeah, I'll add the repo in the video description as well. Yeah, you won't be able to use the project because there are environmental keys that you need, but if you set up your own environmental variables, then that's fine. But yeah, I'll add those links definitely. Okay, so let's go ahead and do this final part. So now if we run this app and so let's actually git add. So here I can show you git graph, pretty nice. So in git graph, I'm actually just working on the develop branch, but you can see all of my commits and you can see like what did I change, and if you click on it you can view everything that I've changed during that commit. So yeah, these are all of the commits I made with the previous live stream. So yeah, these commits over here are all from the live stream. So the main branch is still here, and the develop, or the main, we are currently checking out, but the main was not pushed yet, so we're just working on main, sorry. So yeah, all I'm going to do now is I'm going to sync everything. So I'm going to take all of these changes, but this is not going to be a local host anymore. We're going to have something else in here as well. But we'll see the errors as we get them. So I'm basically just going to take everything we have here and I'm going to commit it. So I'm going to say front end MUI upgrades, and then I'm going to commit all of this. I'm going to sync this changes, so it's actually going to go to Vercel now, and we'll actually see a deployment pipeline being kicked off. There we go. You can see the build. So this build's definitely going to fail, because there are some environmental variables that's not set up in this project. But I want to see what the build gives us. Okay, so I can close. Let's just keep that open. So in here, we're definitely going to change this. So let's see what the error is. Pages blog post. Did you mean import post instead? All posts, post item. All posts. Pages blogs has no exported member post. Did you mean import post from instead? So it's complaining on the pages, the blog. Has no exported member posts. Did you mean? Still not sure where it is pointing to. Type error, module. Let's search for this piece of code. So in the all posts, post item, the post. What is this? Blog? What am I doing with this even? Nothing. So that's not needed. Okay, I'm see what I'm having. So it's in pages, blog, index. Here we don't have that anymore. Sending that information. So the post item is of type post, and this, we're not having an interface with the post. Bro, is it possible we can make can-do grid table and use multiple own projects? Can you tell us? So I'm not quite understanding the question. Make can-do grid table and use multiple own projects. Can you yeah, I'm not sure what you're asking. Maybe rephrase and then I can answer that. Thank you, bro. Thank you so much for the knowledge. You are amazing. It's just my pleasure. Thanks, guys. Okay, let's finish this up. So we're getting the post here, and then at the end of the day we can take this props and do a few things with it. But this interface that we're importing this from is not existent. So we can say interface prop, let's say post. Here's a post interface, and it's coming from the pages blog interfaces. Okay, that should be fine. Okay, that's the only issue that I got. So now we can see what changes I've made. I've made changes to this page, so I've updated that. And I've made pages to this page where I've removed. So let's say commit fixes. Let's commit that. Sync changes. So usually with grids, right, if I'm understanding your question, with grids, you either use Material UI or some CSS or component framework where you are able to, you know, use the grid system they give you, or you're gonna have to like build your own flexbox grid, which kind of feels like reinventing the wheel, right? But yeah, it's possible. I used grid multiple times. Yeah, sorry, my question is like, can we make Kendo grid component like own library and use various projects? Yes, definitely. You can create your own npm library very easily. You can use GitHub submodules to create your own like reusable library if you don't want to add it to npm. So you can go and search Git submodules, and then you can like learn about how they work, stuff like that. Or you can just create your own npm project. Okay, let's see what the error is. Component services job row interfaces has no exported member service info. Okay, so I didn't remove this import from the project. So it's not going to find this services info, because this is just going to be of type any. Just going to change this to any, null or any, and I'm going to remove this. So this will be any or null. And then the next one is up here. We're using, so we can just say any again, and null. Just delete this. What is a kendo grid? Let's check out what a kendo grid is. Kendo grid. Kendo grid is a powerful widget which allows you to visualize and edit data via its table representation. It is various options. Yeah, so look, if you use Material UI, right, and you want some data grid tables and stuff, I mean, MUI has a very cool, it's MUI X, and here you can get access to data grids. So if I click on this and demo, view a demo, you can see it's pretty advanced. I mean, doing this, if it loads, I mean, this type of tables where you're able to do so much inside of this grid. You can filter, you can export, you can change the columns, you can search, you can do a lot of things with this data grid, and it's free. Here you can see under components, there's a display, data display. So we have tables here as well. You can use these tables. They have sorting ability in as well, so that's pretty cool. And they look nice. I would definitely recommend anybody not using CSS libraries or component-based libraries to do so, because, yeah. Okay, let's see what's the next error. Command versal build, it failed. So this is not a no ESLint configuration to run NextLint to begin setup. Error, command npm run build exited. Okay, so this is not giving me a lot of redeploy. So things that I'm gonna need to add in this project, right? So I want to see a direct error to understand. So no ESLint configuration detected. Run NextLint to begin setup. So that's just a warning. So that can't make it fail. Build optimization failed. Found page without a React component as default export in page blog interfaces. Pages blog interfaces. Okay, so it's definitely having an issue with the fact that we have an interface inside of the blogs over here. It's weird because that's kind of been there the whole time, right? It hasn't changed. Why this error occurred? A page does not support a React component was found while analyzing the build output. This is a hard error because the page would error when rendered and cause poor build performance. Possible ways to fix it. Investigating the list of pages specify to the error message for each. You'll want to check if the file does not okay, so I'm guessing that's the issue. This file is not a page file technically. So what if we just take all of this, just drop it in here, so this will go away, delete. and these imports should then just be adjusted. Single, okay. Yeah, so it's hard. Like, I can't necessarily create tutorials on a project that you want to work on, because for me, it's just like, why would I try and build a kendo grid and use it consistently throughout all of my projects? But this is updated. This shouldn't be an issue anymore, but let's check it out. Okay, in here it's complaining. So where's this file? Post. So let's quickly run an npm run build here. Just try and figure out npm run build. What's going on? Something I'm definitely gonna do is make a course where I build like a e-commerce shop on Strapi, Material, UI, and Next, because yeah, I'm just really used to these technologies now. Okay, so it's having an issue getting this data, which is fine, but that's where we need to go add a new folder called config, and in here we have a file called config.ts, or let's just go, yeah, config.ts. And in here we basically want to export keys. So const keys equals, and we have API URL, and set that equals to something, and we can export default keys, and we want the API URL. So it's, if you work with different URLs, we're gonna check the, how do we check env variables? Env Next.js. So we can say process.env.next, and next public underscore, let's call it API URL. If we get that, if we don't get that, then we just want HTTP. So how can we check Next.js node env? It's giving us the same thing. Not sure if there is like a production switch. Should be. Yeah, env development, env production. Okay, so let's try it like this. HTTP / localhost, just like this. Now everywhere where I use HTTP localhost like this, I want to go and change that. I want to import keys from and then I'm going to add in keys.api URL like this. I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to go to this one. Instead of adding that in, I'm going to add in keys.api URL and then import keys here again. Keys. Now I have to take this and go to Vercel. Settings, environmental variables. So that's my Google Analytics one. And I need to add a new one. Give it this name. And then it would be open app. It would be this URL. Just like that. Do I need the slash in front of? I don't think so. I'm just going to remove that. I'm going to say add. Okay, now it's added. Now if I go ahead and start doing the push again with the new updates. Okay, let's go check it out. It's building. Okay, let's hope this works. Oh, generated. Success. This is good. This is very good. Okay. Nice. Okay. This is great. Now I can go and visit the site. And boom. We have the new full stack Junkie version of the site. So I'm missing some colors here. This is pretty strange. It's not doing this on my local build. Hey guys, what is up? Welcome. We're basically finishing off the live stream now. If I could ask you to just like the video, it would be great. Get those likes as close to 50 as possible. Okay, so here it's showing the white, so I'm not sure why it won't show the white here. Like, what is the color of this that it's not showing? The images is also not loading. This text is very weird. Very weird that it would format that way. Ready production, branch main. And this text that's like this, I don't know why. It's like it's not picking up Material UI properly. Like the buttons are fine, but these are not fine. Okay, so the images are definitely an issue, and I think I know what that issue is. Next.js Cloudinary config. Okay, so this should help with the images. So if I images fix, So something during the building process might be shaking up the material UI. It's a bit weird. Okay, this should be done. Okay, it's completed. $400. The thing is, right, so that's where it's linking up the image. And the sticks, that's just weird. This is weird. It's not building it correctly. npm run develop. This is running. Localhost 3000. Not the same issues. It literally the entire screen looks weird. It looks completely. Okay, that's at least fine. It's just this nav buttons for some reason. Here it's just hidden. Here it's fine. It has to do with the links, because all of the links are different. This is fine. Here we have images being loaded, but here the images have issues. It's not loading the images. Once again here, it's having issues with this text. This font looks fine, and then the image is not displaying. So definitely this is the issue. If I click on find more, this looks fine. Oh, that looks fine. Footer, and then the footer. If I go to blogs, I don't know what could cause this issue. So that's inside of the components, all posts, services, job row, index over here. So you have the image, this typography, has this color and this class. So this is, it's not like it's not pulling in this style. If I actually go and check that style, it's like not adding this. It's adding the underline actually. If you look at it, it's adding. And now it built things. So the blogs are static generated, server-side generated, and the rest is static. Very, very weird. Git push. Papa. Deployments. It's not showing this images. I don't understand why. Maybe it's because I don't have a re-evaluate prop. So I'm gonna check something quickly, because I think I need a re-evaluate prop. Oh, really? Wonder if this could be the issue. I don't think it is. This is an issue for me. I don't know why it's like this, or why this is being overridden by some random CSS style. I mean, what even is this? Go into classes and give this link. It has a color of white. The thing is, right, this is being overridden by this. And where is this coming from? Where I set font family and font weight. Letter spacing. So this is not going to be needed at all anymore. Color should be inherited. Okay, these are all going to be cleared. Okay, I want to search for where I add this property, because I'm not aware of this property. Yeah. Crazy stuff, crazy stuff. Okay, so this actually link is being overridden by something weird here, because we're setting the text color. Is there like a color prop on this thing? Oh, there is. Expected. Can that? Okay, it's gone. Okay, so let's just go ahead and copy this. It's weird that during development it's different. It's very strange to me. No, this is very, very depressing. So developers has this issue. We struggle to, debug things and stuff like that. We don't need, use these tools because it just helps abstract. Yeah, it takes something to learn the tools and stuff, but once you get it, it's you're gonna appreciate it so much. It's still bothering me that this is not working. This is still okay, so this is at least working fine. Okay, now it's the images that's not loading. Why? Let's go into open the app, /admin. Here's all the pieces of media, but it's having an issue with the bringing in. What is this? Yeah, I think I'm gonna have to figure this out. I think this is gonna be a problem for me to solve on my own. Because yeah, I feel like I'm just wasting time now. So these things are at least dynamic now, getting pulled from the database, fine. But the images and this text, I have no idea why this text is just doing what it wants. Like, it's so annoying. It's like that class is just not doing anything. Like, it's completely being overridden. Like, it's completely overwriting this. What is this? I don't know what this is, because this gets added to everything. So how would you then pull in the images? I'm very confused. Let's Google the exact error I'm getting. Console.log. Failed to respond load. Nope, none of these are helpful. Alright guys, please like the video. I would really appreciate it. We're basically coming to an end now. The only issue I'm having is these files or these images are not getting pulled in. Just actually going to check this out. Build. Still building. Visit. See, these images are not getting pulled in from Cloudinary. And I'm not sure why this is giving me this issue. Because I did add inside of the context here domains as follow. It's very weird because I have actually a website set up where I'm getting this information working. Okay, let's go here. Where did I go? To GitHub. GitHub. This is breaking me. I have so many browser instances open. It's crazy. Okay, let's try again here. Repositories. No, this is not correct. This is not correct. If it's gonna be this one property that I missed, right, it's gonna be very depressing. Okay, let's try this again. Let's hope this works. Come on, guys. I wanna finish this up, guys. Let's go. Let's go. Okay, let's close that up because if I'm not gonna get it now, then I think I'm gonna call quits for today and this stream, and then we can continue. Okay, so this build shouldn't fail, because if it fails, then I'm gonna cry. Doesn't look like we're gonna get those 50 likes. That would have been great if we could have gotten that 50 likes. Okay, let's see. It's building, it's building, it's building, it's building. Thank goodness for Versal and automation and doing things like this. So quick, so easy. Okay, it's done. Nope, still not working. I don't know why. I don't know why it's not working. Give me like 2 seconds. Maybe I can quickly check on my laptop. Let's take a quick break. If you haven't liked the video yet, please like, subscribe. I would love the support, and thanks for being here. Okay, let's try and continue. I think I might have an idea what's causing this issue. Okay, let's check it out. So inside of our services, the job row, let's just get to this image. I'm not gonna prefix it anymore with this. Gonna remove the prefixes and then yeah, we'll see if that works. Okay, commit fixes. I have so many commit fixes, commits, right? That's where you probably just like rebase everything together. Okay, we had 40 likes. Wow, guys. Like, I'm just gonna stay on and get to that 50 likes. Nice. Okay, let's see what it is doing. It's building. Because technically we are giving Next the URL, but yeah, I'm not sure if this is gonna work. This might fail. If this build fails, then we know. Okay, so I'm almost getting to the end of this live stream. If this just could work, then yeah, then we're basically done. I've covered everything. There's a lot to Strapi to be covered, but yeah, I would like to make separate videos on that because Strapi is a big thing and it's kind of comparing it with an actual API versus hello? Yeah, with a you know, a headless contents management system. Okay, let's see if this works. Let's see if this works. It's not giving an error. Oh, it's working. It's working. Oh my gosh, guys, it's working. There's the images. It's working. I can go home now. I'm already home, but I can go away now. It's working, guys. It's obviously loading a little bit slow. It's not in the cache yet, but now it's in my cache. So if I refresh, this is like instant. Getting this modal. I can do my contact form. Let's see if I can send an email. So lloyd@gmail.com. Testing, and I'm going to send an email. And we can see email sent successfully. If I go to my Gmail account, we can see this is the testing email. So okay, that's all working. You guys can send me emails again. You can spam me. It's all good. It's my mic recording. Why is YouTube keep on telling me I'm having issues with that? Hey guys, so yeah, this is the end of this live stream. I hope you guys enjoyed it, and for the people watching this at home at a later stage, I really hope you find this helpful. And if you do, please don't forget to subscribe and like the video so that I can give you guys more content just like this. Yeah, I really like doing these live streams and just building something like you guys can see me build and struggle and stuff like that. So I think that's a good way to end off this live stream is with something that works properly. We have our blog posts. I'm able to actually go into this blog post and read the blog post and stuff like that. So this is all working. My entire website refactored with Material UI. We can actually go to the actual link, the full stack junkie. thefullstackjunkie.com. That's the Strapi backend we just deployed. Also free and hosted by Heroku. So yeah, this is all done and free. So I can actually go to my Linode account and switch off my current running instance. Because yeah, this is the end of this project. The next projects, Leave comments down below, guys, what the next project is. I'm thinking about making an e-commerce store. Just showing you guys how to use technologies to build an e-commerce store. I'm not gonna show you guys how to build a fully featured e-commerce store that will get you billions of dollars of streaming revenue. I mean, that's not really realistic at a point of view for someone trying to just teach on YouTube. So yeah, I'll definitely show you how to do an e-commerce store with Strapi and Material UI and Next and stuff like that, because it's becoming really easy to do these things with these technologies, and yeah, I'll be using them much more consistently throughout my development journey, specifically my freelancing journey as well, because yeah, they help me build things quicker. I get more stable things out for clients, and yeah, it's very consistent, and I can just learn and grow with that consistency and continue. One day when I want to build my own APIs from scratch again, I at least have the mentality of how Strapi did it or stuff like that, that I can, you know, have a good bare bone to fall back. But thank you very much, guys. This is the end of the video. Let me get the big face screen up. I really do hope you guys enjoyed this video. If you did, please remember to like, subscribe, and then I'll definitely see you guys in the next video. So without further ado, have a good day. Cheers. Cheers, guys.